Hey guys, I can see you guys' comments. If I can get that part to work. Hopefully. Okay, once people start showing up, then we might be able to see some comments going on here. Hopefully this works. We're gonna try my Prism app again. So, yeah, once people show up, we'll see if this works. I can go for a walk and show you guys what's going on over here, just outside of Red Deer, Alberta. Show you the horses. There's a lot going on here this weekend, so. Hey, okay, sweet. All right. So if there happens to be issues with the video, the Wi-Fi's being, or like it looks like I'm having low bars, especially when I was trying to go live before. So let me know if there's an issue. How do I do this again? Don't remember how to turn the camera around. Do I remember? Procky! I miss you, man. What's up? I'm assuming I think the other one's Daniel. I recognize the profile photo. That's okay. Yeah, my chat wasn't working. I couldn't see anybody. So if anybody was on my live before, I couldn't see anything. So that's why we're trying to do it this way. I just can't remember how to flip the camera around. Maybe it's one of these. I don't know. This again. Is it this way? I don't remember the buttons. Okay, so that turns that. This does. I don't remember what it does. Oh, wait, here. Does this work? Why won't it turn my screen? I don't even remember how. Oh, here we go. Ha. Aw, I miss you guys. I've been wanting to go live for a little while. I just, didn't have my stuff with. We were slow rolling, so that's why we were doing it that way. I was considering maybe standing out and having you guys just see what the convoy looked like, and then there happened to be an accident, so fortunately there wasn't that continuing. But we're gonna go take a walk. We're gonna go say hi to Mel, maybe say hi to Terrence, see if there's anybody else here that we happen to know. If not, we're gonna go make some new friends, and we're gonna show you what's going on over here. Y'all get the front entrance. They had us parked here last night, so we get to keep our spot, which is dope. And yeah, so maybe we'll just go for a little bit of a walk, see if I can get out of this truck without falling. Cross my fingers. Woo. Because there's new. Okay, so I know I went live when we were in Moose Jaw for the protest to support the Dutch farmers. So now we have Truck Yeah. We have Fight for Truth and Life, which is for this event. Mom and Dad have Freedom Fighters, the Resistance, Fringe Minority, and then Mom went and got a lot of the notes that were written to them, to the truckers when they were in Ottawa. Mom got them made into decals for the truck. So like all of these are all decals that Mom and Dad had gotten made. They still have their True North Strong and Free. We have had enough at the top. And then we have, I can't even see through my phone, but yeah, we got a lot going on, and the other side has completely different stuff. There's even stuff on the roof, but I am too short to show you that. And then we have Freedom down the side. And then we have our dirty flags. That's what you get in Canada. The line on the back. So this stays on my dad's truck while he's working. So he is fighting for freedom when he's working even. So yeah, so there's even this side has different notes from the kids, different stickers. To be more going on the truck that my dad doesn't know about, but we're not going to tell him. He just gets to drive a very branded vehicle. He gets so many, I mean, at least, to be honest. And then we got reject 15-minute cities. If you guys haven't looked into the 15-minute cities, not a great thing. And then it says game over, house of cards is falling, and then the stuff actually on the roof I won't be able to show you, but yeah, so that's the truck. The extra additions that we have on the truck. Let's go see what we can find. There's Callie and her horse. Say hi, Callie.
Hi.
Say hi to everyone on YouTube.
Hello, everybody.
Do you want to give them a rundown of what this event is?
Yeah, this is the Freedom Riders, basically 1 year anniversary, and we have a very important message that we are trying to get out to people, which is we are rejecting the agenda of 2030, which is you'll own nothing and be happy agenda, the WEF Klaus Schwab agenda. If you don't know what that there, and you can go to a website called allfiredupforfreedom.com to find lots of information on Agenda 2030. We're having a huge event rally today. We've been marching, riding, we're doing it all afternoon, and then this evening we've got a huge supper, we've got speeches, we've got a rally. It's going to be it is a great day. It's been an amazing day.
But so yeah, if you're local to Red Deer, if you're in the area, come out, come hang out, come say hi. Thank you for telling the people on YouTube what we're doing.
You bet.
Oh, Callie. Oh, we're gonna let the car through. Here, we're gonna go walk down. The car's not coming, so we're not gonna get run over. So we should be fine. Let's go for a walk. Y'all can kind of see the accident stuff still going on over here. Here, we'll show you the sign better. If you didn't get to see it before, you'll get to see it now. Woo! Oh, yeah, we're slipping and falling.
We'll get a couple of firemen to join our...
Yeah, that would be nice. But I know that, you know, unfortunately it seems like our emergency services are being bought and paid for, so not all of them obviously, but
You know what the really bad thing is all the people that they're bribing.
Yep.
How many billions do you think that group has?
Well, that's coming out of your my pocket. Our hard-earned blue-collar working jobs are paying the bribes for all these people.
$50 I paid on carbon tax on the gas.
Yeah, probably. And your taxes and whatever else that they happen to do.
File my taxes, not file my taxes.
Allegedly.
I want to get really, if we can get an upper hand, I'm gonna try to give them back.
I wish that there was a way that we could take our power back, because if you were to stop funding this, it would crumble instantly, because everything right now is fueled by money. Even though our money's not backed by anything, it's all fueled by the love of money. So if that money stream was to stop, I mean, granted, they would still find other ways to enslave humanity, but
get those guys. But I want it to happen before they kill me.
Yes, but very much
so. If it
so.
doesn't happen, I'm not going to worry about it, because there's no way God's going to put us back.
Oh no, God is definitely wrecking their house of cards. Woo! He is crumbling it before our eyes. It's just, we think it's going slow, but there's a lot in the background that he is doing that we haven't seen yet. Especially that whole Project Veritas thing, and the guy that was really like spilling information about those. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube, so there's certain things I can't say, but
I didn't believe in the flu vaccine.
I haven't believed it. Well, yeah, neither did I. I haven't taken that at all in any part of my life. I've never taken one of those. This one, I was very like, I'm one of those people that I'm like, okay, your body is created to fight this off, and if you have that, like if you're exposed to those type of things that are going to cause you to get sick, you build up the immunity and you get over it. So it's like, I'm not worried about it. When it is your time to not be on this earth anymore, it's your time to not be on this earth, and you will not die a second before you're meant to. So like, if it happens to be to sickness, it happens to be to sickness. If you happen to live another 60 years and you're gonna get over that. So like the freedom, or I mean the fear that a lot of people had, that was, you know, that they were scared of dying, you're not gonna die before it's your time. And if that happens to be your time, then it's your time. Like, you know, you just have to come to the realization that life is very short and precious, and you need to do what you can while you're alive. But like living in fear that you're gonna die tomorrow, you could die tomorrow in your very own city or like 3,000 miles away. Like it's,
You never know, right?
you never know. So yes, woo! But yeah, no, it's very sad. So I hope that more people start waking up. But it seems like we're getting a lot more support than we did at this time last year.
Oh, way more. I think people are starting to get it because we had a neighbor. Her daughter called us Nazis.
Wow.
And the last time we talked to her, we were talking about the WEF.
Right.
So I think the mom did some research and figured it all out. And I said, you know, I tried to talk to my backstage friends, and it's like talking to a brick wall. And these guys are going to sit around, and they're going to end up in that 15-minute city. They're not going to be able to go to work. They're not going to be able to go visit their kids. And they're not going to be able to go out and ride their horse. Like
Or they're going to not be able to save their money to go on vacation or whatever, because they're going to have a unified basic income.
My one friend, his wife is basically a millionaire, right?
Right.
And she's earned it. But she's also very, but she's got a cabin at the Stratford and 3 rental homes. And if they shut her down, holy smokes, she'll
Yeah.
be bored.
Oh, yeah. But sadly, I think in order for the people that just refuse to see that their cognitive dissonance is blinding their eyes, they're going to have to get uncomfortable. Life is going to have to get really, really hard for those people, because like there's been ample opportunity in the last year that should have woken people up. The convoy, the people that happen to just drop, the sports players. There's been like little things over the course of the last year, even people stepping out of office, people that are like, stepping down.
That guy, right?
Okay,
And he
yeah.
was up beacon off. I don't know where it was exactly. Could have been in Ontario. But he'd beacon off and telling stories about what they'd done and what they hadn't done.
Right.
And he said somebody killed him, but they don't know, which is a lie.
Right.
It's all a lie. That's the problem. I tell my friends, well, you just listen to a bunch of bullshit, and then they go, there, Marie, you better go home and take an Advil.
Yeah. You must be sick mentally.
You're going to be the one that's going to need the Advil.
Literally.
Some of them, like my cousin Bob, he had a barrel that he used to heat his greenhouse.
Okay.
So I was a sheet metal worker, and I worked in Fort Mac for about 8 or 9 years, insulated.
Right.
So I got some insulation for took it out to his house, insulated this barrel, and while I was working with him, he collapsed.
Freedom! People. I'm all live on YouTube, so I was letting them know why we were doing that, because that guy's holding his middle finger out the window as he drives past.
Yeah, good for him.
But it's like, what
Wait till
exactly
they
are you
can't
mad at? Like,
Yeah.
if we are lunatics and see what you don't see, allow us to just be ignorantly blissful in our own way. You know what I mean? Like, there's other segments of society that are playing that and expecting society to play along. So why are we not allowed to be blissfully delusional?
Like, the first person that talked to me about this was Chris.
Okay.
My wife called me out to Mirror. And I listened to it, and I was blown away, but I never said he's full of shit.
Right.
And I have friends that are already vaccinated,
Right.
and one was from out by farther east and a bit farther north than them, Killam area.
Okay.
And she was
I just don't understand,
She's
'cause it's
even
like-
starting to come around, eh?
Oh yeah, there are definitely people that are slowly starting to wake up, but it's like you have to put it in the ways that they understand. Even like, like I went to renew my passport even in November, and I sat in the hallway with the same people for 5 hours. But as soon as I entered government property, I had to put a mask on my face. Like, explain that to me. Like, if it was about your health, then everybody would be wearing it. If it was about your health, every single mask that people would have put on their face would have been considered a biohazard. Like, there's just no logic.
She told me that these people don't even know how to use them.
Yeah.
Last night, there was no sticking completely out of his mouth.
Yeah, literally. That's how I wear mine. I'm like, no thanks.
He's probably had it forever.
I like your towel.
Good job.
I don't know if you... Thank you. You too. I've seen your TikToks.
Oh my god, awesome.
I just wanted to come say hi. They periodically came across my For You page, so I just wanted to say
Have you
hi.
seen the one with me in it with massive tits?
I don't know. I don't know.
I was dressed up as a teacher.
That like teacher who had like the giant fake like.
I don't know. I had seen one, and then I was like, all right, let's go scroll. Because I'll periodically, if I see
Yeah.
something, then I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
you seem to align mentally with what I align with.
yeah.
So we're gonna go and creep your stuff for a little bit. And so then I'll sit there and I'll creep some of it. And sometimes it's like, that one's a little too long, whatever. But yeah, I don't know. It was a while ago. So
Yeah.
periodically, your face shows up on my For You page.
Nice.
It's crazy how like a Chinese app happens to connect Canadian people.
Yeah.
Like, let's
algorithms working.
literally, and you're just like, where's this coming from? And people are like, because even like I've heard that like in China that their algorithm is completely different for their citizens as it is for ours, and ours is like flooded with thirst traps and like
Yeah.
garbage TikTok dances and all those garbage things that I
Yeah.
cannot stand.
Yeah.
But like mine, it's like homeopathic and freedom related stuff, and then other things, and then conspiracy theories and giants and all the things. Like mine is like all the things, and I'm like, I see nothing of what they're talking about. Like I'm constantly learning, so I'm like, the flood of just having like garbage knowledge being put into your brain is not going on my For You page. So clearly I've cultured mine a lot.
Mine's culture.
Mine's cultured too.
That's my
Hashtag cultured TikTok.
It's just Jim.
Were you guys part of the slow roll? I want to know exactly what happened here.
Oh, we see
yeah,
it
we
happen.
saw it.
Yeah,
We, like,
okay,
go
what
in and
happened?
tape some of it, but like I don't know. I was just doing an interview, and then I hear this like screech, and then we look over, and there's the one guy rear into the other guy. And
So was he not paying attention then?
I think someone might have been looking here, so they
yeah, I
slowed
think
You know,
down.
like
And then-
rear-ended some other vehicle.
Yeah. There was like one vehicle and then a van
the
and
Corolla
hit
wasn't
that,
rear-ended.
and then it slowed down because it hit it,
Right.
and then a car hit it, spun it, and then it just ended up driving
Maybe
into the ditch to get out.
Right. Because we were leading the convoy, so we just only when we got around the loop saw that there was cops over here and broken down
At the end,
vehicles
the
and.
convoy wasn't even like.
Well, we were supposed to go until 5, so like it was supposed to continue for another 2.5 hours.
Is this why it stopped?
Yeah, from what I'm hearing. Well, because there was a guy that ended up getting in front of us and leading us for a little while because he wanted to like have everybody kind of catch up because there was supposed to be the convoy from Edmonton and from Calgary. I was gonna say Regina. Not even the same place. But so they were supposed to meet up and like slow roll with us, and we were supposed to do it until 5 to like obviously cause awareness for all the signs and whatnot. And so he got in front of our like semi because my parents own that big semi over there. And so he was just driving around whatever, and then he turned off instead of going around the loop because then we would have been involved in all of that. And so I'm assuming that would have like slowed everything down, and the cops may not have been very happy with having however many vehicles that have flags just literally causing even more traffic kerfluffle, and then it might not be necessarily so good. Because they might already be blaming us for this, even though your job as a driver in this country is to be, what's the word?
Alert.
Thank you. That too. There's another word, and I think it starts with a D. I'm blanking. But like still, like, you're supposed to be a driver that's like aware of your surroundings. You're supposed to pay attention, like whatever. But like people don't take accountability for their own actions. It's like, regardless what's happening over here, if you're not someone who can see what's going on, then like pay attention, especially if everyone's slowing down. But no.
It's just a shame. Like, do you think they're like gonna, do you think they're gonna go again once the cops leave,
I
or
don't
is
know.
it like done?
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, why is it
Grass probably.
Yeah.
Because they get their,
It's like steaming.
from what I hear is that animals get ivermectin from the grass. So that's what clears their body out, and so they need that. They crave that, and so they eat grass. That's why animals eat grass, like dogs and stuff. Don't know if it's true. That's what my mom told me. So I'm like, I'll believe it. She's the one that looks into things more than I do. So, oh, more flags. Honk! You have the flags on your car. Come on. Just kidding.
These people slowing down to give us the finger, you're gonna call them.
Literally, the one guy was driving with his finger out the car. I'm like, ooh, I'm so sad.
You just ruined our whole day.
Yeah, literally. Shut it down. Everyone go home. I know you traveled for this, but time to go home. Absolutely not. At least they've kind of like moved everything. So there's only one cop now, maybe? He's like, I don't want that. I'm gonna go for a walk. We'll see you guys later. Yes, you too. All right, hopefully, can you guys comment still so I know that everything's working good? So it says that we've got 2 people. And the last comment I see is Mark's. So hopefully we still got connection. Woo! See, let's hope we don't fall. Woohoo! What up, guys? Say hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
You're on YouTube. Thank you guys for commenting. I just wanted to make sure everything works because I know periodically when I'm live on Prism it doesn't work so great. But we're gonna go for a little bit of a walk. We might go down there later. Whew. Let's just hope we don't slip because it is mucky. But yeah, we have a lot more cars than when we started. I should have showed you guys what it looked like here before we dying, so I had to actually charge it. That it was charged, so that's on me. See if we can find Terrence. We'll see if we can find Melody. If there's anybody else that we happen to know. Yeah, I don't understand why my live chat wasn't working. Because I've gone live just strictly on YouTube before and it's worked every time. So I couldn't see any of your chats. So if you happen to be able to actually chat, I'm sorry that I didn't get to see anything. There's horses, but yeah, so that's why I figured I would get my Prism stuff set up because I know Prism we can chat and I can reply to y'all. Man, it's mucky. I am not wearing the right shoes for this. Oh, no, we are amateur at best. Oh, perfect. This is what we need because they're trying to abolish this apparently. Well, for the very simple answer, absolutely. But there's and stuff now too.
Property is protected in the rights to dream and job.
Right.
And if you're being the frequently asked questions, it's just
Right.
So this is from Steve.
You're right at home, right, cowboy?
Right. Okay.
You can just go on their website and see them.
Perfect. Yes, of course. Thank you so much. Man, it's mucky. We have like one tent over here. And now we got people. Yeah, we got coffee. I think there's merch somewhere. Oh, I found Melody. Should we go say hi? Say hi to the peeps on YouTube. I have one that. Woo! Freedom! Y'all missed that? Woo!
Who's all on there right now?
Mark and Ricky and Junior.
Ricky
and
Junior!
Procky was on for a bit.
Rocky, where are you?
And then Hector, which hasn't, I don't think, come on my lives before. And then I think Daniel from New Zealand is also on, or was. So
Hi, friends.
figured we'd come and say hi, considering it's been a hot minute since we've been live on YouTube.
Yeah. I know, John and I haven't been
But
live
like,
for a while either.
okay, so I went live when we were slow rolling and my chat was not working. Like I couldn't see any comments. I'm like, I don't even know if you can comment. And I was live like just on the YouTube app and I'm like, okay, so I can't comment with you. I don't know if you can comment with everybody else, but I can't see anything. Can't even tell if it's working, nothing. And I was like, ah, and then it was buffering and I was like, we're just gonna end this.
Yeah.
We're gonna figure it out.
Figure it out. Did
Yeah.
you guys see what happened?
No, we
It
were at
happened
the
just after you guys whirled by, because I'm sure you seen me up on the hill waving the
I
flag.
wasn't, well, I don't know. I was like,
I was right here waving the flag.
oh.
And then you guys all rolled by, and then you came down. I came down off the hill,
Right.
around my car, and by the time I got here, the accident had happened.
Did you see what happened?
No, well, clearly the two people that were in it were not paying attention.
Right.
So they were probably paying attention to what was going on here instead of the road.
Right.
And it's just like this highway has a lot of distractions as it is.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Say hello to YouTube.
Oh, that's a little Kenny, a little bulldog.
Oh, cute. But yeah, so. But yeah, my YouTube was like buffering a lot, and then mom's was working and mine wasn't, and then hers wasn't working and mine was, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. So that sucks though, because my plan was to like at some point jump out of the truck and then YouTube the whole convoy going past so everyone could see. I was kind of going out of like the windows and stuff like that, so like they could kind of see, but like, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna do it too, but then I was busy here because
We have soup was for
chili and salads are gonna be supper, soups and other stuff for lunch right now.
right.
I have
right.
pancakes. Okay.
Oh, and there's pancakes still.
Pancakes still for breakfast.
Pancakes,
Melody's
homemade
helping
pancakes and
with
bacon
all of
left
this.
over.
So she's hanging out
Yeah, but
here.
if she wants something for a bite
running
now, I can
around.
warm
I
it
can't
up.
really do my side hustle selling. Anybody want decals?
There you go, literally.
Worked hard
I
on
seen
these.
someone.
for the cabbage.
I don't know. Okay, so it's just like a doppelganger then? Okay, because I'm like, he looks like him too, so I'm just like, I don't know. He probably. I'm not sure about my foot. They're probably walking around. There's so many people. There's even drones going on over here.
Awesome. How you doing? Good to see you. Long
See you
time.
too. I know. I feel like it's been forever since I've seen all my
yeah.
Edmonton peaks, but I haven't been out.
You've been back and forth to Saskatoon, I heard.
Yeah, a lot.
She came to see me.
Okay, you're in Saskatoon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just kidding. I'm not the sole purpose. Let's be honest.
So you living here or there? Or both? Yeah.
And then I go back for the kids because they're still in school. And then in September, the boys will be here for school, and I'll be here.
Is John here today? Or?
Okay, we're gonna go for a walk. We'll come see you later, Mel.
You know where to find me.
You're gonna be. We're gonna go for a walk. Maybe get my boots covered in mud, most likely. And then there's the stage over here. There's horse trailers. A lot of mucky ground. Oh yeah, I'm also glad to see there's a big turnout because we showed up last night and there was like probably a handful or so of people here. I mean, granted, we probably showed up after a lot of people went to bed because we decided to stop at the Whistle Stop and have supper because I've never been there, and Mom and Dad, because Chris was in Ottawa, and so Mom and Dad know him and have stopped there a few times, so they wanted to stop there for supper, and we were gonna miss supper here, so we decided to go to the Whistle Stop, and we had a really good conversation with Chris and a local guy named Brian, so we were talking to them, and we only ended up getting here at like roughly 10, which they're clearly interfering with GPS signals because Melody had sent me a pin drop, which pin drops are pretty accurate if you're trying to find somebody. And they brought us all the way out to Penhold, which is like 15 minutes from here, and said that we arrived at our destination, and I opened up the pin and it brought us to a completely different spot, which actually happened to be the right one. So yeah, so it's been an eventful trip so far. But yeah, so there wasn't too terribly many people yesterday, but yeah, I mean, there was a convoy coming from Edmonton and I guess one from Calgary, which we're leaving at 11:30. So a lot of the people that came out came with the convoys. So I don't know exactly how many people there were because we were slow rolling at the time they were supposed to show up. So oh, full of mud, yikes. But yeah, so definitely nice to see a big turnout. Hello. Yes, and it's so nice outside. Like, it's perfect weather. Exactly. At least it's not -30, which it was back home right before we left. So I thought for sure we'd be freezing. Saskatoon. So it's been like -30 for the last 4 or 5 days.
I spent all winter there last year.
Ah.
I couldn't wait.
Oh, I know. It was so cold. Literally, like, Alberta seems to be a wild card. It's like either it's like garbage and super cold and foggy or whatever, or you have like spring type temperatures all winter.
Well, one thing about it, we always get the Chinook.
The what?
Chinook?
I don't know if I know exactly what that
The
is.
Chinook window. In the west, you'll see an arc.
On this highway?
No, just
Oh,
period.
oh, okay.
To the west, you'll see an arc. That's what they call it, a Chinook.
Okay. That's nice.
Oh, it's beautiful. And a little bit further south is even.
You seen it?
Right.
You seen the arch real good last night.
Okay.
Just as the sun was going down, you could see the arch.
Oh, okay. Yeah, where you can
Like
kind of see it like
ridge
above
line.
and below.
Like it looks like a big ridge line of clouds.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I did see that.
And so late last night, that was the Chinook coming in. That's why it was so.
Yeah. Okay.
thick.
Yeah. Now it's beautiful. There's like
That's why it
not a
was
lot
so
of clouds.
windy. That's why it was so windy on Friday. So
Right.
it brought this in
Oh.
on Friday.
Because I know one of my friends, I think it was on Thursday, was driving this highway and there was a lot of fog and there was
Yep.
car accidents and whatnot. And I'm like, yikes, like I really hope it's good by the weekend because we're supposed to take that
You
highway.
came out here just for this? From Saskatoon?
Yep.
Oh, God bless you, girl.
Well, my parent, like we took that semi, like my parents own that semi.
The Freedom Semi.
Yeah. There's actually, both sides are different. So the stuff on this side is different from the stuff on the other
I
side.
kind of looked at it. I didn't get too.
But
close.
they were part of the convoy that went to Ottawa last year, and they were gone for actually 6 weeks. From like date of leaving to date of return was 6 weeks. And so my parents are very dedicated. Like that semi is not the only thing that looks like that. They have 2 vans that are decked out like that, and my dad has a diesel that is decked out like that. Like they're all decked out, different stuff. Constantly driving through the city, so people are either like loving it or hating it, obviously, because you have the ones that don't.
Right on.
But I mean, a lot of people stop and they'll be like, I like your truck, I like your van, I like what you stand for. And they get a lot of people just telling them their stories and like, you know, like venting to them. And it's like, we need that. We need the community back because we've been stripped of that for so long. And like, even like the generations, like the little kids over there, like they grow, this is what they're growing up in. They think this is normal and this is not normal. So it's like, support and hugs and unity.
People come out. How old are you?
28.
Yeah, awesome.
See,
Yeah.
my daughter's 18.
Okay.
She doesn't like any of the bullshit that's going on.
Right.
She was too busy figuring out life to be here, but she
Right.
doesn't like any of this shit.
Oh.
You're
And-
the
she's
ones that were
18.
handed this shit show over to you, right?
Yeah.
20
That's what I
No.
mean, you know. She's 18 now. She's on her own.
And
In
it's
the
like-
eyes of the government, it's like, holy fuck. Please
Yeah,
no.
literally. And it's like, it's sad because like even during 2021 when it's like, you know, me and my family chose not to comply, but it's like, okay, well, I'm seeing biblical prophecy playing out before my eyes and I'm like, I never got to have any of the ambitions or anything that I want to in life. So it's like, you get very depressed because you're like, this is just, my future is getting taken away from me. I won't be able to own a house. And it's like, when you see your future, it's a black wall. As opposed to
get
like possibility.
Look at a social textbook from the 80s.
Right,
What's happening in that textbook is happening right now.
right.
Almost word for fucking word.
Yeah.
Sorry. But it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Chapter by chapter in the 1980s social history.
Right. But I mean, they played this before because if you know, like, if you've looked into the conspiracy of Tartaria, Yeah, so like Tartaria was large, huge, like gigantic buildings that were some of the biggest buildings in the world, and they threw like the World's Fairs and whatever and claimed that they built these buildings in like 1 to 2 years and were educating people. So they were bringing people from different different areas that wouldn't know the culture, them on history that didn't actually happen, and then they tore these buildings down, and now and these people were forced to stay here, and a bunch of other things. Like it goes, I listen to some people that like that's all they research is Tartaria, but it's like we've had the Great Reset once before, probably twice, if not 3 or 4 times. We don't know how many times we've had a Great Reset.
You read that 80s social studies textbook. It'll tell you right from World War One, pre-World War One, to now.
Right.
You read that, it's almost chapter for chapter.
Keep visiting. I'm just gonna go find Red.
Sounds good.
Like how World War One happened, okay?
Right.
We got past that. Lived for a while, World War Two.
Right.
Well, we've lived for a while. Now we're talking World War III.
Right. Which World War III, I don't think is actually going to be a full-out necessarily war. It'll just be like a war on consciousness. Like you won't know what's the truth. You won't know what's right and what's wrong. They're going to like completely change history, and it'll be war against good and evil, and like knowledge. Like
could be.
Or it could be like a digital war. You know what I mean? Like
we're already at war.
Well, yes. The amount of censorship going on. Like my YouTube right now says there's 2 people on it. I'm like, I don't know if I necessarily believe that, but here we are. You can't say certain things on the internet. You get shadow banned for certain things. You get kicked off. Put in prison for some people. It's so muddy. Hi, yeah. I wore the wrong boots. Oh well, they're only $20 at Walmart. It's not a big deal. I can always go get some more. Woo! See if we can find mom and dad. Woo! Yikes! Nice weather is nice, but this mud, because everyone's driving through it, so it's making more mud.
Never been in a jacket. Where to go then?
No. Girls who goes to those things. Not one of those girly girls who's like, oh my nails, dirt, whatever. But it's like, I'm going to slip and fall for sure. And I only have so many clothes that I brought. So I'm like, and then you have to try and store them in a truck and not get everything else dirty. And my sister just cleaned that whole truck and detailed the whole thing. So I'm like, she might be mad if there's dust and dirt everywhere. So I'm like, I'm trying to like walk with soft feet, not fall, I see Terrence. Let's go say hi to Terrence for a bit. These boots are going to be dirty. We are not going to have gray boots anymore. I can tell you that. Whew. Oh, there's kids even all dirty in mud. Oh, there's photos going on over here.
There you go. Good publicity, isn't it?
How's it going?
Are you live on the internet, Terrence?
No.
What do you mean, no? Say hi.
There's no service up here.
Whatever, I'm live.
Yeah, I bet you it's choppy as shit on the other end.
Well, probably.
Yeah,
Who
it's like
knows?
low
But yeah, we're live on YouTube.
But then when I walked away,
The internet out here is not great, especially GPS too. Mission. I was live on YouTube for the convoy, but like there was no chat, and I'm like, I can't see if anybody's commenting or anything, and I'm like, oh no, and I'm like, is it even working properly? I don't know.
yeah, LC11 kind of stomped it out yesterday.
Literally, I'm like, are we gonna need to start using VPNs and be in a different country in order for things to work? Like, but then it's like, okay, well, can you be in the freedom things and happen to be having your VPN in like Australia and have it not be an issue.
I'm glad we got those other shoes.
Yeah, we're gonna need to take these to the car wash after.
Yeah, we're gonna go to the
pressure
car wash
wash them.
afterwards. And snow this deep. He'll do that to you.
There you go. See, it's a type of person. You can't take that away from them.
Yeah, the light's getting good. Actually.
Yeah. Immune system is the ice baths and stuff. Walking around, I'm gonna get such dirty shoes. Woo! Around. Maybe I'll go stand in the ditch again. I feel like that's my safest. Oh, Dad's over there. I see Dad. My mother, I'm not sure where she is. There, I'm gonna walk in the ruts. It seems like it's the safest for me. Oh, maybe not so much. Yikes. Oh yeah, the mud's crazy out here. But I mean, granted, they brought out a skid steer and a tractor to clean all the snow off so that we could like park and drive so people... So there's more snow, so... Over there. I don't like walking over there.
Yeah, that's the only bad thing about nice weather.
Literally. It's fun when there's like puddles because then you can just drive through them really fast, but like that's the best part of spring in my opinion. Yeah, this not so much.
This is a little bit
but then it feels like it's like shorts weather. You can wear shorts again.
Right?
yeah.
Exactly.
We're gonna see somebody in shorts today?
Yeah.
No?
Not yet, actually. I seen a guy in a short sleeve shirt, but that's as far as we've got.
Yeah, right?
Maybe it'll happen later. Who knows?
Now your screen looks dirty.
It's very dirty.
Fingerprints like crazy.
This is Jake, the snake, which he likes to call himself, or the silver fox. If you would like to introduce yourself, you definitely can.
Oh, Fast Eddie.
Fast Eddie, there we go. Gotta hey.
There you go.
And then Lynette's over there. I don't know if y'all can see her. There's some sun.
I got a Cochrane there and they caught me and I got busted in. I was 200 clicks over. The judge said to me, the judge says, how fast were you going? I said, oh, I was about 100 clicks. She said a little over 200 clicks, she said, or more. And I go, oh yeah, yes, Your Honor. I said, yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Why did you ask me such a dumb question when you already knew?
900, is that?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, I said yes because I got a class 1.
Second of all, they could have taken your license
That's
for dangerous driving.
Because they can do it at 30K. Because my sister happened to be, because this guy was kicking rocks at her car right after she bought it. She owns like a habanero orange Jetta, which. And so she was trying to catch up to him. Cop caught her and pulled out across sideways on Circle Drive. 120, I think, on Circle, or 130. 200 over, but still fast enough that like could have been bad.
Yeah. Give me 900.
Yikes. Yikes
I
on
paid
bikes.
it. I didn't even bat an eye.
You're like, nope, you take my money.
Yeah. Because if I didn't, you know.
We need an Autobahn here is what we need.
Yeah.
It sounds like you got screwed, but if you really thought about it, there was a break there.
Well, I know.
You got some great.
The funny part about it was when I went there, in the back of my neck was standing up because I could swear that I know that woman from somewhere.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and she was the judge and she was a blonde, eh?
So she could have made it way worse for you. She could have been like, $7,500 ticket, 6 years in prison, X points on your license.
But I think I know her, but you know, I didn't want to ask. Eh? It was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah,
eh?
yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
They always say, even fish don't get into trouble if you keep their mouth shut.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Man.
Be a lot worse.
Could get real bad for you.
Yeah, it could get real bad.
I only want it to turn cold enough that this stuff the ground gets hard again, so I can walk without feeling like I'm gonna slip and fall.
I was scared of losing my class 1. That's what I was scared of.
Because that then restricts your ability to make money.
Yeah, I would never make money. How would I make money? That's all I know.
That's fair.
Yeah, that isn't all I know. I could
That is all I know.
Yeah. I could do other things. I run heavy equipment, but
Yeah.
I done that.
I mean, but if you have like points on your license, they might be like, you're not trustworthy enough to run our heavy equipment, you know? Because a lot of companies check your...
Heavy equipment is no problem here in Calgary.
No?
No, they don't care. I know guys that run it without even a license. They don't care. As long as you can run it, man, they'll hire you.
Well, if I decide to move to Calgary at any time, because I work in a construction business, so like I know how to run some equipment, not all of it, but gets your foot in the door.
Packer, loaders, scraper.
All the things.
Yeah, water truck. Yeah.
Yep, water truck.
Rock truck. Yeah. I'm
Yep.
tired of getting bounced around out there.
Yeah, literally, especially when the ground's not flat.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Not bad in a gravel truck. You get to travel around the city.
Yeah, exactly.
I call it getting paid to look at girls.
I mean, technically, really, if you think about it, most businesses could be that.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Whew. I'm glad Mom brought other boots for me, because I don't think these are going to last very long. I should have brought Scott's.
I told you.
I wear a size 8 in women's, Dad, not a 11 and a half in men's.
Well, no,
That's a very big gap. There's a lot of extra shoe at the front of
they're
those.
smaller than mine because I tried slipping into Scott, so his feet are smaller than mine.
Yeah, but it says his is 11 US. A US sized 11. Yikes on bikes. Oh man. I'm glad that it's warm, that you don't have to wear a bunch of jackets and stuff. She's got a sparkly steering wheel cover. So imagine you didn't have a thing outside that you're just connected.
Yeah, well, the only thing is that we'd have to keep starting it since once you're out of
Everything's conditional in this life. Oh, fancy. Oh, I was like, there's drones over there, but those are birds. Let me see if I can clean my lens so you guys can see better. I don't know if it's me that looks blurry or if it's you. I am not even sure.
Yeah, very nice.
Happy it's not minus a million outside.
That Coots in Ottawa thing, dang it, that was cold. Oh,
You went to that, did you?
We were in Ottawa.
They were gone for 6 weeks from date of leaving to date of
I had
returning.
friends who went there, but I never went.
Well,
I was working.
yeah, well, that's the thing. We knew right from the start not everybody could go. Everybody would have liked to go, but not everybody could go, right?
This is my theory on it. I think that you should have went there with a couple of D10 cats, pushed that Parliament building into the river, and they should have went there armed and taken over.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. I believe that.
No, we can't do that.
Oh yeah. I said I'd go then.
Because when we got there, they had graders and loaders and all that. Graders and all that kind of stuff. Small cats and
So if you have one for one, you have one for all.
And that bridge that went across to the U.S. there or whatever,
Oh,
they
yeah.
should have blown that thing right up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That would've- because that hurt Trudeau because he makes money on that.
Oh yeah, because they're like, that's where their strongest import is, that one bridge.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
the Ambassador Bridge,
Yeah.
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 Yeah, that should be blown up. Even today, I say it should be blown up.
Then they'd have to go through Buffalo in order to get to Detroit and stuff.
To Detroit.
Just keep blowing them up.
Enough of them.
My dad used to. I was about 16. I said, "You gonna teach me how to do that? Blow them stumps up?" And he said, "No." People.
He knew exactly.
Yeah.
He didn't know, but he knew.
Yeah, he wouldn't teach me. But he knew it all. He had all the paperwork and everything. He used to work on Vancouver Island or Glen Rock.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. The connection out here is not great. It keeps telling me that my connection's weak, but I'm still trying to live stream for y'all. So.
diesel and
Yeah. And that,
fertilizer.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I
That's all
hauled
it
it. Transport.
Yeah.
We hauled it.
When I first started driving, I went with my friend to Toronto, and he went to the army there, and we got this shit, and we were bringing it back here. And here, like, we could stop in the back. We knew it was it.
Yeah.
And that's how you know that this stuff is not good for humanity, but they're still gonna put in.
To be placarded up and whatever. So yeah, there too. That if you laid it over in the ditch, you just ran for your life.
That's what they told us. They said if you go in the ditch, you run. Yeah.
Literally. Well, unless you get into a super bad car accident, usually semi-truck drivers walk away from those accidents. With another semi, because that happened in Saskatoon last. The one and crushed the entire cab. The guy died.
I also, because I always get where I work.
Channel. Wish you were here.
I went. I was at home and I was working class 1, but my passport. He said, "Get my down there." The bunk. He said.
Between the ditches.
Yeah. And that's the way it worked. Yep. Yeah.
That was beneficial back in the day.
That's how I learned too, because between the ditches, let alone a class, or back then they were chauffeurs license. That's how I learned.
Nowadays you need to pay.
On the job training.
Yep.
Yep. That's
And
sadly
all
how
these
it
guys
is.
that are quitting now, they're hiring these idiots.
First, it's like
Like automatic truck. Your
So,
license.
automatic with a stick.
okay.
All right.
And so everyone's getting mad at you because you're stuck at this light. No one gets to go. They're all freaking out.
Because if it stops in gear, it won't start until you hit neutral. Rock and Ronnie!
Rock and Ronnie! What
How's it going, brother?
Wow!
Yeah.
He led the slow roll we did.
Nice.
Wow.
I led the slow roll.
Did a couple tours.
Way to go.
Did a couple tours around the second.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
You too, man. Oh, that's so great.
Yeah. So how's life?
Oh, it's getting better every day.
Yeah, life in the fast lane, right?
Yeah, I'm loving it. This is.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we come up last night. We stopped in that.
Whistle
There
stop.
was supper here, but we left Saskatoon late, so then we stopped over at.
Look at the beautiful horse and beautiful Callie. Oh, the horse.
Preacher on.
Hello.
Oh, right on.
How's it going?
Awesome.
Good.
Awesome.
It's great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So you'll be in the video, you'll be in the movie.
They're not ready. They're still in probably come till Monday. You might have to get the measure and
This green horse, does it look familiar?
but you can't pick
It
on
wasn't
the
it
side
this
here.
green horse that was in Ottawa? It's not a Clydesdale, but it is.
Yeah, they were supposed to be. I was
Oh, that's
supposed to get the day by 6 because it was same day thing. That's why I did it. Young guy.
But we can get the email. If you didn't check if it was en route.
Beautiful horse.
You're welcome. My pleasure. My pleasure. Really. So, it worked well.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Beep 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 honk honk. My toesies are
You were
starting to
talking
get
about that those trucks and automatic. Well, I had to have it in gear or in neutral, but also right to the floor, and they.
You still had a clutch.
Yeah.
Oh,
But you had to push it right to.
How do you have a stick automatic?
drove one of them. You just use the clutch, the stick, and you just. I drive an automatic. I always do it. Rims are up there 18, 1900.
Oh, I'm glad y'all can be part of my live.
High, right?
It's been a minute since I've been live.
I didn't know that. I had my clutch in, but I didn't have
Yeah.
to the floor. I had to go right to the floor.
Yeah. It had to be in. With my international, this isn't in two because.
So I was in Miami, big warehouse in this Broadwalk, Miami, and I said, "Hey," I said, "I know you." She said, "Oh, you don't know me." I said, "Yeah." I said, "You picked me up in Calgary there, and at night in your car, you had a Firebird." She said. I said, "Yeah, it was a white one with red seats." She looked at me. She's going, "Holy shit." She said, "Did you work for me and my husband?" I said, "Well, lady, I didn't even know you were married." I said, "Yeah." So anyways, talked to her for a while. I went back to my truck. She come over and she
Oh man, that was a loud horn. Should we go for a walk down to see all the vehicles that are not parked over here in the dirt? I'm glad to have y'all on my live. It's been a minute since we've been live on YouTube. Figured y'all should see what's going on over here. Let's make sure we don't get hit by cars. Hopefully you can see even in the glare of the sun. I'm wearing sunglasses, so I can't tell if it's like super glared on my phone or if it's my camera. But oh, there's some horses trotting around with some flags. Look at this semi. Oh, you can see it with the sun. Ah, there we go. You're out of the sun. Cute. Proud member of the small fringe minority. The same flag that Terrence has. Hello. Beep beep honk honk. We're getting a lot of honks out here. And granted, there's flags upon flags out here, so there's that. Ooh, look at this. Okay, let's see if we can see what this says. Peaceful protest, stop government overreach, hold the line, honk honk. Think it's still legal. Government corruption is a vice, absolutely. Defend freedom. Camera flag on the door. More Canada flags. I think the stuff on this side's different. We should never forget the Constitution wasn't written to restrain citizen behaviors, written to restrain government behavior. Oh. Freedom is not a reward for compliance. That's how jails work. Our Constitution guarantees freedom of choice. Jesus, our only hope. Absolutely. Wow, this goes far. We might not walk all the way down to the end. We'll see. There's all the way on the other side too. Check out all the flags. We don't get hit by cars because I'm walking in the middle of the road. Man, having a motorhome right now would be so smart. All you hear is honking for days and days. Miss hearing that. You don't hear that very much when you're not fully engulfed in freedom movements. You can kind of see all the vehicles down there. We're gonna walk the other way for a bit. Now you don't got sun glare. There, you can kind of see how big it is over there. All the stuff that's going on over there. The horse trailers and all of that kind of stuff. Oh, there's stuff over there. Let's go see the stuff on the other side of the border. Oh, it's pretty much the same, but we'll go down into the ditch maybe again. Ditch hopping! Okay, sounds good. I did see him before. He's out and about over there, but I definitely will. I've seen him already a few times today. Melody's also here, so I can give her a big hug for you too if you would like. I don't know if anybody else that you guys know is here. I don't really know a lot of people. I know someone else from Saskatoon that'll be here tomorrow. But yeah. Oh, now he's moving the sign. Too bad that couldn't stay there. He drove that truck and trailer through the ditch. They cleared some snow, and so he drove it through the ditch and parked so that these signs would be here for our slow roll that got interrupted due to a car accident. Will do. Oh, good. Maybe it's because there's not a bunch of people over here going live. That could be why. Maybe, I don't know. There you go. There's the sign. It was never about health, but tyrannical control. God keep our land glorious and free. We got a lot of really beautiful signs out here. Oh, I miss you too. Okay, let's go the other way. See if we can see what we can find on vehicles. See, we're parked right up in front by that upside down Canada flag. Oh, we got different flags. This one I've seen a lot over Facebook. And then we got these ones. Oh, UN flags, fancy. Big X's through them. We don't want to be part of the UN agenda. I like your flag. Oh, there's puppies. Another motorhome. So these are all the vehicles that just are not parked in there. Oh, stuff written on the silos. If you can read that, hopefully you can. If not, once the sun's in a better angle, we might have to come back and show you. Exactly. Woohoo! The Tim Hortons truck just honked. What's going on, everybody? No WEF public servants, no one world order, no Great Reset, no digital ID. Means freedom. I love seeing all the different flags and stuff that people have, or like the creativity that people have. Oh, we got this one that says freedom on it. What a nice flag. A little bit faded, but that's what happens when you fly your flags proudly and they happen to get sun bleached. then there's a few at the back. We'll walk to that truck that has all the big flags, and maybe we'll turn around. Looks like my car's over there. It looks like I drove, even though I didn't. Oh, this poor flag. Seen some better days. Both of them even. This looks like Andrew's truck. You guys remember Andrew from the Slow Roll? Looks like his truck, just with a lot less riding on it. Yeah, we're in Red Deer, so if you are local to the area and you want to come out and come hang out, come be part of the freedom excitement that's going on over here, definitely come down. We're parked in a field, and there will be speakers, and we're having a huge bonfire tonight. I'm not sure exactly what we're doing tomorrow, but yeah, there's a lot going on over here. F Trudeau flag. Wow, this whole board has a lot on it. Looks like they even laminated some stuff. Oh, there's more over here. Wow. These people are really not a fan of Justin Trudeau. And there's even the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Let's see what the side has. Yeah, very much not a fan. Not a fan. These people got a lot of Canada flags. They're flying their flags proudly. I don't think I'm gonna walk all the way down there. People are doing laps. But yeah, there's a few more vehicles over there. Ah, dang. Well, maybe when the one that happens in Winnipeg in 2 weekends, maybe y'all could come out for that if you are free that weekend. I haven't fully decided if I'm going there, folks. We'll see how things go. Oh yes, definitely. That's funny. Very much it's not at its peak. It gets a little cold. No trust, no comply. Yeah, you kind of seen all the vehicles that were over here. Oh, they put the banner on the horse trailer. So neat. Welcome to everyone that's hanging out in the chat. Got drones flying overhead, getting video footage. Maybe there will be video footage circulating of the top of Mom and Dad's truck, because Mom and Dad, or my mom and my sister actually climbed on top of the truck and put some decals on the roof so that if there's video footage, that there will be a message on the roof. So watch out for that if there happens to be video footage regulating on the internet or circulating.
Yes.
Hello. March for Life and Truth, Reject Agenda 2030. That's what it says on that. You can read it, I don't know if you can. Hello. Rolling up the flag for the day.
Well, just taking a break.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Need a break for supper, you know, and then get back at it maybe.
Yeah. Oh, maybe.
No maybe. Just sit in your lawn chair with your large pole and people will see it from the road. You know? It was not intended to. My apologies. But those flagpoles are nice.
Well, you know what they are?
What are they?
They're, you know what a roof rake is?
I want to say, you know.
Well, you put all these poles together, and then the very end one, it's just kind of a rake looks like.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But it's not. It doesn't have all the tines on it. It's
Okay.
just flat plastic. It's about this wide.
Right.
And now you can reach up on top of your roof and pull the snow down.
Oh, so like they're meant for, these things are meant for semis, or are they meant for anything?
What do you mean semis?
Like, cause your pole, like the pole is obviously huge, so it would be to like get on top of semis or just any type of
Your
vehicle.
house.
Oh,
your roof on your house.
Oh, gotcha.
So I thought, oh, I got this big flag now.
Clearly,
and
my
this-
mind is very narrow-minded, thinking vehicles.
Oh, no. Yeah. So
But that's smart. That's so smart. Because then, especially like if you live somewhere like, you know, that people have large trees or there's a lot of houses or whatever, you can have your flags in your backyard and people see them from long ways away, as opposed to like putting them off your house and then things happen, you don't see it, whatever.
Yeah.
Or if you have a cabin or a campsite, then you
Yeah.
prove where you stand.
Yeah.
Hello. It's nice driving around now and seeing how many flags are on people's homes and vehicles and all of that kind of
You know,
stuff.
I used to, at the beginning of COVID, I had a Canadian flag.
Right.
I got a big tall flagpole. Not this one, a different one.
Right.
Permanent. And just with weather, and it's up there all the time, and then the sun, the UV rays.
Yep.
So it started really getting tattered and broken down, eh?
Right.
So I thought, you know, I'm keeping it. Mm-hmm. Some of my neighbors said, "Oh, shouldn't you replace that?" No, that the way that flag looks is what the state of our country is in. It's tattered.
Yeah, absolutely.
ruins, right?
Absolutely.
So now there's really not much left of it. So
It's turning white.
yeah. So now I will be running an Alberta flag. No more Canadian flags.
Fair.
Not until things get fixed Canada-wide.
Right. Hello.
Where
No,
are you
that's
from?
fair. Saskatoon.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, yeah. I was talking to you earlier with the truck. Yeah.
Yep, that's me.
Okay.
Well,
Did
that's
you have these glasses on? Earlier?
no.
Oh,
It
yeah,
was got sunny out, so I was like, well, I'm gonna put sunglasses on.
Yeah.
Because especially like walking around and like my screen protector on my phone's one of those
this
privacy.
thing-
It's a gimbal. Yeah. So like it kind of like stabilizes your
neat.
video a little bit better. So like if I'm walking
cool.
around and it's like not great or bumpy or whatever, it kind of like stabilizes the footage. I'm all live on YouTube at the moment.
Oh. Oh, well, that's fine.
But I don't go live very much, but I try to for any of these big events so that like people, because I have friends all over the country now from like
Yeah.
people that have done YouTube and stuff like that, and like people that randomly just add you on Facebook. I'm like, I don't care if you're friends with me or not anymore. Like you'll get a friend, like as long as our views align and
That's
you're
right.
not going to be like some creepy person.
I'll get that too. You know, somebody will want to add you, and I'll try to look at their pictures.
Yep.
And okay, it looks like they're a freedom fighter. And
Yeah.
They believe like-minded. And
Right.
So, yeah.
So I'm like, okay, so then I have like people from all over the place. So I'm like, you know, if they're on YouTube or whatever, then at least there's that, even though like obviously YouTube's one of those places that's super censored, but
Oh yeah.
then people can kind of be able to join in the festivities, because I know a lot of people while the convoy was going on was like glued to YouTube videos and Facebook videos and were like vicariously living through those. So it's
Yeah.
like, you know, some people are still like clinging like so desperately to like the feeling that had, because like, you know, across the country it seems like things are kind of like people are getting busy again with work and, you know, all of the things that are going on. Some people are dropping off, there's drama that's happening, and like things seem to just be getting a little bit more chaotic, so people are wanting to like cling to those feelings. So I'm like, if I can go live and like allow the people who are still like so invested in this to like feel like they're still
But,
involved.
you know, especially events like this.
Yeah.
I would have loved, like, was it last weekend they did the Coots Roll
Okay.
down at Coots, Alberta on the border?
Right,
They
yeah,
did the slow roll through there.
Right.
They weren't allowing, they had it all blocked off. They weren't allowing the convoy to go by it. I would have liked to go to that, but
Right.
you know, I'm just west of Edmonton.
Okay.
And this is close enough. And
Yeah, yeah.
And I love horses. I don't have a horse. And I just thought, oh, it's gonna be such an amazing thing to see.
Yeah, exactly.
So
And then it's like, you know, because like obviously there was a lot of people that probably would have wanted to go to Ottawa, but like if you live on this side of the country, that's a long drive. And
That's
if you're
right.
someone that's like, you know, like hard up for cash or like trying to make it by or whatever, like.
or lucky enough to still have a job and you're working.
Exactly.
Like, you know, and I drive truck.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
Semi?
So I have my class 1. I haven't driven semi for 5 years.
Okay.
I drive. It's a tank truck, like a
Okay.
tandem axle.
Right, yep.
Yeah.
Gotcha. But yeah, no, definitely. So like there's a lot of people that were like, man, even like had we known sooner, we would have went, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, you know, to drive all the way there is a long
Are
drive.
you guys going to Winnipeg?
My parents are for sure.
Not next weekend, but the weekend after.
My parents are going for sure.
Yeah.
I haven't decided fully if I'm going to go yet, but we'll see. Probably.
I
Who
think
knows?
that'd be pretty amazing too, because it's on private land.
Right.
So, but who knows? Who knows what the government or who knows what the police are going to try to do there?
Exactly, especially with whatever happened here, they might, you know, be policing it a little bit more and being like, you're disrupting people, blah blah.
Well, you know, I've been out there.
So did you see all that happen?
Yeah.
So someone just wasn't paying attention?
Well, I think somebody slowed down and they're looking. The person behind them, they're looking too. They rear-ended the car. So then the car that they got, that first car that slowed down,
right,
they ended up stopping pulling down to the ditch way down there.
Right, okay, yeah.
So then the car that did the rear-ending,
right,
they kind of spun sideways and then somebody T-boned them.
Oh, wow.
And then that car went down into the ditch, right? But
Yikes.
it looks like nobody was hurt.
Right.
Right, so...
But you never know, because it's like, this already gets vilification on the best of days, let alone when there isn't things that happen. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, we get vilified for even just thinking differently. It's like...
that's right.
So if they can find any route, like any way to like vilify us or demonize us, especially on the news, like all of that kind of stuff, then it's like, you know, they're pushing very hard to be against us.
Yeah.
So hopefully everything that goes on in Winnipeg goes so smooth.
No
Yes. Because it's like, especially for like people that live in like BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, like that's a lot closer than driving to Ontario.
I think that's why they did it, because we want to make it fair for, it's great if you're in Winnipeg
right,
or in Manitoba,
yeah,
but at least it's kind of halfway point and...
Exactly. And then also I don't think the loser on the hill would be, like, you know, if there was another convoy in the anniversary of the first convoy, like there'd be a lot more garbage that would be going down on the hill, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Especially because he's already talked about like reenacting the Emergencies Act apparently and all of that kind of stuff.
Let's just hope is JT doesn't decide to reenact that.
Yeah.
For Winnipeg, right?
Literally. So like, yeah, who knows? Who knows? It's everything in this country is so up in the air all the time. It's like you never know how anything's gonna go. Even like day-to-day wise, you're like, they could shut down the internet tomorrow and things could just become awry. And it's like
you know what? And we all think we can't believe that people's eyes aren't open, right? Look at like Klaus Schwab. He's saying
all the things.
He's saying everything. And 2023 about a cyber attack.
Right. Yep.
Like, you know.
Yep. Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. But again, you're just someone who sees things that is, that would never happen here. It's just like the first world privilege that people have in this country and in the United States, where they do not think that anything bad will ever happen to them. It's like, you're kind of like immune to everything when you live in a quote unquote first world country and nothing bad's ever gonna happen. Your government's never gonna attack you. They're never gonna actually try and take your life away by mandating something that is not actually good for your body, but people are forced to take. You know what I mean? Like, and people don't believe it. They just, like, you know, even like the generations prior to mine, like I grew up with the internet, so like that's, as I grow, that's also growing.
Yes.
But I mean, the people who like lived prior to that, all you knew was
like
the
myself?
news. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, there was nothing to fact check. You couldn't go and check.
You trusted the news.
Yep, exactly. So it's like, I understand why there are people that are like in your age range and like, you know, the generations that grew up prior to the internet. I understand why they are the way that they are, because it's like, you were given no reason to distrust.
That's right.
There was no reason to distrust at all unless you had something happen to you in your family that was pertaining to anything medical or anything anything that way. You would never have distrusted anything. And if you did, like, you might have heard it via word of mouth, because that was the only way you would hear about it, because obviously they weren't going to tell you anything in the news or papers or anything. And then when the internet started coming about, you could start doing your own research, start looking into things. And so it's like, since then, obviously, the whole conspiracy theory, realm bubble has now gone off, because people just assume that if you free think for yourself, anything you free think, it's like, you're just a lunatic. Where's your tinfoil hat?
Theorist.
I'm like, I'll play into that every which way from Tuesday. If you are going to push that, like, if you're going to be one of those people who thinks that way, well, whatever. But it's like, at some point, you really need to, question your thought process.
That's right.
And it's like, you don't grow unless you are constantly being challenged.
Yeah.
And a lot of people do not take accountability. We have an accountability issue in this country. because people would rather place blame on other people. They're not going to say, oh, I didn't know, sorry, you know, like, whether they tell you something that's wrong or whatever, or lead you astray, whatever, tell you, like, believe something they shouldn't have. They don't take accountability. They're just like, oh, well, it's because of this. It's not my fault. It's because of this. Like, no one wants to take accountability anymore.
Yeah.
And so once common sense comes back, which I don't know if it ever will, common sense needs to come, or the accountability needs to come right after that, because people just would rather place blame on other people.
You know when common sense needs to come back? 20, 25 years.
Yikes. And that's a whole different generation at that point.
Because right now, hey Tammy.
How's it going?
Good, you?
Not bad.
Good.
I like your water bottle. It's beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
It's because the generation that's in college and in school right now, they're all indoctrinated.
Oh, very much so.
Right? Like,
Very much so.
Oh,
I know. I got told by a guy I work with. He's like, "You're very smart." He's like, "You should go to post-secondary." I was like, "Absolutely not." I'm like, none of this, anything of what I think right now would not fly.
no.
I would, like, because there are people I've heard in the last year or so that people that are writing their thesis statements have to write it from a liberal point of view or they fail their class. Like, they have to,
Indoctrination,
they
right
have
there.
to write their paper based on what that teacher wants you to say.
right.
Like, critical thinking papers aren't critically thought. And it's like, okay, but then don't call it a critical thinking paper, call it an indoctrination essay. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, if you're going to make someone have to write things from a point of view you want them to write it from, then it's not a critical thinking paper. They're not using their brain properly. Like, it's so sad and disgusting what is going on in this country, and the blatant disregard for human life and the attack on the kids. Like, people just don't see it, and it's like, how do you not see it? Like, yes, you can be whatever you want. I don't really care what you identify as, but as soon as it is now in the face of children, I have a big problem with that.
See, and I have a problem with this identifying.
Yes.
That's all BS to me.
Yeah.
It's like,
No, I know.
I mean, I'm old-fashioned. It's like, you know what? It's just, I'm just saying, you know what? I identify as somebody that's been vaccinated.
There you go. Yeah.
They can't. How can they dispute that?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Well, at 100%.
So.
The thought process on a lot of this really isn't there. Because I even had this discussion with one of my friends yesterday. I was like, okay, like, no hate to anybody for what they identify as. I will accept you as a person. I might not accept your actions, but I will accept you as a person.
Yeah.
You know, like, love the person, love the sin but not the sinner, or love the sinner but not the sin.
Okay. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So I will accept you as a person. I'll have a conversation. I'll be nice to you, but I will not play into your games. But it's like, if there was actually, first of all, more than one gender reveals wouldn't be blue and pink. They'd be blue, pink, yellow, green, purple,
color of the rainbow.
and then they would have something identified with that. So it's like, you wouldn't go to an ultrasound appointment being like, okay, is it a boy or a girl? Because if there was actually multiple genders, that would be right at the beginning of life.
Yeah.
You would have an alien, centaur, whatever. You'd be not just a boy or a girl. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, you can choose to change your gender if you want. That is totally your choice. But do not play that there's more than one gender or more than two genders, because there isn't.
There isn't.
You're just choosing to change it,
Yeah.
which is fully your choice. You can do whatever you want. I would rather you know the choices that you're making prior to when you're making them, because you might get to a point in your life you're going to regret what you did.
Yeah.
Once the knowledge is there, when you learn about what this is actually doing to you, your DNA, you know, to enslave you, all of that kind of stuff. Once you learn that might change your mind. But it's like, at that time, that might have been the choice that you want to do. You can make that choice, and I don't care. But do not tell me that there's more than two genders, because there is not.
That's right. Yep.
Because if there was, when women go and get their ultrasounds, it wouldn't be pink or blue, boy or girl. It would be 75 different options.
Is it chromosomes?
Yeah, XX and XY.
and XY.
Yeah.
There's no more. There's two.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep, I know. I don't know. It's just like, you can live in your delusion all you want, but don't expect me to play into your delusion.
That's right.
Like, because I'm like, I very much pride myself in using my brain and being a critical thinker and you know, questioning things. But it's like, when I have to dumb myself down to play into your reality as opposed to you playing into my reality, like, there's no give and take on my part. Sorry.
That's right. That's
right. I will be nice to you. I will love you as a person no matter what, but do not tell me that there is more than two genders and try to convince me of that, because you won't.
Yeah.
Like, that's on you. That's your choice. But And the fact that it's happening in our school systems and they're starting with the kids, it's like, children have very malleable minds. Like, especially because, like, even if you, like, I've been babysitting a family that I know for the last 2 months, and you would tell the kids something. Why? You tell them something. Okay, but why? So you're having to explain it to them. And obviously, if you explain it into them where their little tiny rational minds can think that it's like, okay, that's good. That's very impressionable. Kids' brains are still growing. And you're going to, in their formative years, tell them that there is more than 2 genders, that there can be whatever they want to be. You can identify as whatever you want. You can be a furry when you're in high school. Like, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, and
like, yes, kids meow when they're young. They like meowing. That's just a thing. But it's like...
It's a phase they're going through.
Yeah.
That changes, that they'll grow out of.
Exactly. And
it's... Say, see this couple right here, this elderly couple?
Okay, yeah.
I love that. They're probably in their 60s, maybe 70s, early, you know? And I just love that they believe in this.
Yeah. Oh, I felt so... My heart broke so hard for, like, during 2020 when everything was mandated that you had to wear a mask and you couldn't go into a business unless you showed a piece of paper. You know, like, that generation, I'm like, they are at the point of the end of their life. Like, they are at retirement. They're just trying to live comfortably until it's their time to leave this earth. But now they're having to mask up and they're being confined. They're not allowed to see their families. Their families are singling them out. And then also, like, you know, completely isolating them. They don't get to see anybody they know, and they're dying alone. And I'm like, it's so sad that you literally lived through other major historical times in life, but now at the very end of your life you have to die by yourself.
I know, that's sad.
Like, my grandma was killed in the hospital. Yeah, and she had to die by herself while my mom stood there and watched.
Okay.
So, like, and no one can convince me that it wasn't murder, because it was. I fully believe it, because I'm just...
Well, I forget when you go into the hospital, they give remdesivir.
Yep.
That's a death sentence.
Yeah, 100%. My mom got the medical papers for my grandma's, like, whatever they were given in the hospital, and she's gonna have a nurse look over it and see if that happened to be what she was given. But as of right now, I don't think she was. But my grandma had 5 respiratory issues through the entire last 2 years, 3 years, whatever. She had 5 respiratory issues. So with someone with 5 respiratory issues, they should have been in the hospital and had COVID 75 times. She went into the hospital 21 times, or was tested 21 times, because she was taking hydroxychloroquine and was nebulizing and all these things, and she tested negative 21 times during a virus pandemic that was actually supposed to be deadly and contagious. Someone with 5 respiratory issues tested negative 21 times. Like, but they...
Is it the hydroxychloroquine that you said? That's not that horse...
No, that's ivermectin.
Okay, that's ivermectin.
Hydroxychloroquine is a different medication.
That's what I said. Which was the one I said?
Remdesivir?
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what
Yeah.
it is. Okay. So there's 2 that are good.
Yeah.
And then the one is bad.
Yeah, because those 2 are being vilified on the news that they don't help and they whatever, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, okay, well, and now you can't get it without a landline, or you have to have a land title and even to go and obtain ivermectin. Like, you have to be someone that owns a horse or has access to a, like, property or whatever. Like, I couldn't ever go in there and ask for it into any of these because they happen to be like the animal whatever version, even though it's all the same stuff. But you know, like, they're just trying to get people, like, make it just impossible for people to get healthy, even, like, you know, take care of themselves. Because even I went to go, absolutely not. I went to Dad's Organic in Saskatoon, and I went to go and get elderberries, because elderberry is actually very good for you if you have like cold and flu symptoms, like for cough and all of that kind of stuff. And so I was going to make my own elderberry syrup, because I'm like, I just don't trust what they put in things. Like, how do I know that they're not putting a bunch of stuff in there that's actually going to make it worse and not better? So I went to go and get actual elderberries, because I was going to make my own syrup from scratch, all of that kind of stuff. And they were like, we've been on back order. And I'm like, okay, so literally every pharmaceutical, and now they're vilifying and, like, back ordering natural medicine. Luckily I did find 2 bags at a different store, but, like, you know, like, they're going to make it very difficult for you to get things that are actually going to heal yourself. Because I know even, what was it, Bill Gates was saying that the next one is going to target the young.
target the kids and the like younger generation. I'm like, okay, so that might include me.
You know why? Because they know they're not going to get my generation. Because if I was going to get the vaccine, I would have done it already.
Yeah,
right?
exactly, 100%.
And they can't do anything to try to convince us to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like look at even here in Alberta government. Oh, we'll put you in for a lottery.
Yeah.
You'll get $100. Oh no, you get a what was the biggest lottery that you put in for?
Did someone actually win anything for
I
those?
I never heard.
So it was just a big scam.
Was it $1,000 or was it $1 million? I forget, but they're bribing you to get it.
Yeah.
You know, so.
You get burgers and ice cream and all this kind of stuff, and it's like, okay, but you only, if you think rationally, when do you bribe somebody? When you want them to do something for you.
That's right.
So, would you not? That sounds very concentration camp.
Kinda, yes.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Not that it is, but that's just what that sounds like to me. But, you know, like, if you were to think rationally, if someone was wanting you to do something, what better way than to, like, bribe you into doing it, or force, whatever, take away your, like, and the fact, like, I even had this conversation with a lady, like, a couple weeks ago, and she's like, I was like, taking away your rights is not, that's not bad.
Oh, because I blocked by the wind.
Sure. Hey, that's better. And I was like, basically saying that they were forcing people, and she's like, no, but everyone had a choice. I was like, they did not. There are people that still do not have a job because they chose to stand up and not comply. But it's still your choice. How is losing your income in a country where it is run by consumerism a choice?
That's right.
Like, explain that to me. But it's like people are just like, oh, well, you had a choice. No. If you had a choice, you would have had that choice regardless. Like, there would be no, like, vilification for you if you chose to not do something.
Yeah.
Like, having a choice is like if you choose to go to McDonald's or Burger King.
Yeah.
Granted, every single choice you make in this life might have a positive or a negative reaction. You don't know. You don't know what those choices are going to make.
Yeah.
That looks like a... But... Yeah. The police. But like every single choice you make in this life has a negative or a positive reaction. But it's like people are always like, for the ones who chose not to take it, they're like, well, there's consequences to your actions. But now we're not allowed to say that to them because that's insensitive.
Yeah. First cop that come through there.
Yeah. That's why I was like, oh no.
Huh.
Wonder why. Maybe just to make sure everyone.
Cruise, you know.
Yeah.
Just to make sure everything's fine, there's no problems.
It's just like, you know, when you're in this type of community, it's like your ears perk up. You're like, oh no, something bad's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just sad. This world has gotten so sad.
It is.
And the fact that people just don't see it, it's like, I'm not saying this stuff to like harm you in any way. I'm trying to protect your life. I'm trying to make sure you live. Because humanity is so precious, and the game here is good versus evil. It's not just tyrannical government trying to control. Like, it is literally God versus the devil at this point. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And like humanity needs to be won properly.
Yeah.
Not genetically corrupted, but I'm going to try and like do what I can to save your life because I believe in humanity.
Yeah.
But I am then vilified for, oh, you're paying attention to stuff you shouldn't. Okay. I don't know. It's sad. Me and my rants. I always go on rants. My YouTube knows that. I go on rants. I'm not usually the one that's ranting about these kind of things. I let everyone else kind of rant to me.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm not like the one that's like giving my opinion. But people who follow me know my stance on things.
Yeah.
Because I go on rants all the time. I'm like, well, here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go. 20. Do you have another 2 hours? Yeah. Ugh.
Are you guys staying in the night here?
Yeah, we got here last night, so I slept on the floor in the truck.
Oh, okay.
Got a little cold. It wasn't too bad. It's cold, nicer than sleeping outside in this.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got here last night, so we'll be here until tomorrow.
Does the truck have a bunk in it?
Yeah, but my parents are sleeping on the bed, so I'm sleeping on the floor.
So are they on the bottom?
No, or it's not a bunk. It's just like
just a single, so it doesn't have the upper bunk.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. It does have a lot more space than one of his other trucks because my dad has
2. He did have 3. The one he took to Ottawa, he actually sold. So now they only have 2. But the one truck that he has, it like there's kind of like a barrier that you have to like step over to get into the bunk area. So I didn't know how that was gonna happen, like how it work out, because I haven't been in this truck since they had it all fixed, because my dad had to put a new engine in it after they got back from Ottawa, because the truck that they took to Ottawa was too heavy for what he does. And so like hauling gravel, it's based on weight, and so when your truck weighs a lot, that lessens how much you make. So he sold that one and fixed this one up, and so I had not been in this truck since that had been fixed. So I didn't know what the sleeping arrangement was going to be like, but it's not so bad.
Yeah.
Just sleeping on the
So
floor.
your dad hauls end dumps?
He has a side dump too. He has his one truck has a side and an end, and his other truck just has an end.
Yeah, I hauled end dumps too.
Okay, yeah, he just got his side dump trailer right before they left for Ottawa. He got a new trailer.
Yeah.
So yeah, they call it a train at work. But yeah, so he has the truck that he's driving now usually hauls the side dump and the end dump, and then his other truck's just an end dump.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's nice because like it 2 loads, and you have technically made an extra, like without it making another trip, you've already made another whole load by just having a side dump. So every 1.5 trips, you're making double.
Yeah.
So may as well, especially now with inflation getting ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got to make money where you can to survive.
Oh, that's right.
Or afford to feed your family, or save up, buy gold and silver, all of those kind of things. Like,
yeah,
figure out how to beat this, because I'm like, there has to be a way around the system. Like, you guess they're trying to like enslave everybody, but like the Fed was created as an enslavement part too, but people found a way around that, like the Federal Reserve. So like there's ways of getting around that. So like I feel like someone will find a way if once, I don't know, whichever word we're going to use, if this happens, once this happens, I feel like there will be a way around it. You just might have...
Well, was it the Federal Reserve, say, especially in the U.S., was it either the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers that...
Both of them. They're both in bed.
That.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
So...
Because I was listening to a podcast that was talking about that. They had planned, it was them and 4 or 5 other big name people. I don't remember their names. Those big names that are, yeah, exactly. And so they came together and they created the Federal Reserve and bought out all of the small banks. And so when there was like I can't remember which one it was. If it was 2008 or before that, when the markets crashed and people are doing bank runs and stuff like that, they were bailing people out. Yeah. And then they somehow turned, instead of having our currency backed by gold, they turned our currency to be backed by petrol, gas, whatever. And so now they're trying to crash the petrodollar so that they can bring in this digital reserve money, this digital currency. So it's like, I don't know. It's ridiculous. This world is crazy. I think that's the little one. There was one that was going to be coming from Mirror, because we met some people at the Wesson property, and they were coming through, and so they said they were taking a smaller semi. So I think that might be the semi. Beep beep honk honk.
Yeah, that's a small one.
Yeah.
You don't see many trucks like that are just single axle.
True. Because they're usually like the tandem ones, right? Yeah. Which I find weird because it's like they're automatic, so you just press a button. Like we have a bunch of like automatic ones at work, and you press a button, and then to reverse you press a button. I'm like, this is weird. And then you have to like put down the park brake. It's so odd. I'm like, man, where's the stick shift? Like, where's the gears?
We have one of our trucks, because it's a back trucks.
Okay, yeah.
One of them is it's a automatic.
Okay, yeah.
So you got to push the buttons, but it still has air brakes.
Okay, yeah.
Right. But then I drove for a little bit, and I just said, no, I can't drive this one. So they finally got some other trucks.
Oh, nice.
Newer trucks, and at least I get to drive an 18 speed.
Right.
Right. So.
But I'm like, I think it's so odd that you can get semis that are automatic.
Yeah.
Like I get that they're like pushing for electronic semis, which I think is also really stupid. But I mean, the fact that there is electronic. I think it's stupid that there's automatic semis. Like,
You mean that no driverless?
no, like the ones that are like automatic, like instead of manual.
The transmissions.
Yeah. I think it's so autumn. Like the fact that that's even like readily available. It's like you should have to pay attention in a semi where you're downshifting and shifting. Like, because then you're paying attention. You know what I mean? Like you're.
You know, my cousin, he's the one who got me into driving truck. I go south with him down in the States, and I drive. I had my air brakes with a Class 5.
Right.
But then finally I decided to go get my Class 1. But so we drive down in the States, and so he's like a million miler, over a million miler, right?
Oh man.
In his lifetime of driving trucks. So
Right.
this last company he was driving for, it was automatic. He goes, oh, I'm going to hate this. But you know what? You start getting used to it. And
Yep,
he didn't
yep.
mind it as bad.
I thought he broke his drone. He said he broke it, but I guess he must have fixed it. I think I might go and see. I'm assuming it's probably roughly close to supper time and see if there's food. Put my jacket back on, get some mitts.
Yeah.
Considering the sun's sadly setting.
Yes, that's going to be
Get some more socks on my feet. Maybe change boots. I feel like you need to like have two whole outfits. It's like the when the sun's out and it's warm outfit, and then when the sun's not out and it's cold, you need a completely different outfit. Ski pants, different boots, different shoes, different jackets, different toques. All the things. Well, it was nice talking to you. Sounds good. I see you fixed your drone. Oh, the joys of technology, right? Always running out of battery power. Always, always, always. Ah, it's cold. Oh, we're not that far from the truck. Woohoo! I thought I was gonna have to walk for a little bit. Don't honk. If you like Trudeau, don't honk. That's funny. I did not read that before. It is cold. Oh, there's a little snowman holding a flag over there. I'll see if I can show it to you. Oh, the sun is so much warmer when they're behind. When the sun's behind little hills. Oh, it's cold. But I'm also wearing a sweater, no mitts. My socks feel a little wet. We're live on YouTube, so we're spreading the word as much as I can. Oh, mine's been reconnecting all day. So, who knows, whatever.
Are you cold? Do you need some hot pockets?
I'm going to go and get my jacket.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Joanne.
I'm Kelsey. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Kelsey.
Sorry?
This is the Joanne.
You're the one that got vilified for those
I'm
guns?
the one, yes.
Guys, say hello. Let's see if I can do this. This is Joanne. She's the one getting vilified for having the guns and coots.
I beat my charges.
Good! Yay!
Using the Bill of Rights.
I'm so proud of you. Oh my goodness.
No lawyer.
It is an honor to meet you.
Well, it's an honor to meet everybody
Yeah,
fighting for our children.
absolutely. But I can't believe that they're still, like the 4 guys that are sitting in prison still. Like, the ones that went to prison in Ottawa are out and walking free. Yes, they have conditions on their, like, their freedom, but like they're walking.
Yeah. Lawyers are sworn to the bar,
Right.
which doesn't allow them to use their Bill of Rights. So they sink you. After the preamble, it's all about the system.
Other people that
Yep.
were arrested with her still have their conditions.
Yeah, because there's 4 that are still sitting in prison and have been for a whole year.
No, I'm talking about not those 4.
Oh, there's more.
There's 14 people arrested in Cruz.
Yeah.
And some of those still have their conditions because they used the 3 rebel lawyers who used the term. Joanne fired her rebel newsletter and so forth is on.
Good for you. Good for you.
And she used the Canadian Bill of Rights and the Alberta Bill of Rights.
And I have no conditions. They
Good
tried
for
to
you.
put them over to the traffic charge, which I still go to court for on Monday, with no
Yikes.
disclosure yet.
Oh.
But
Well, we will pray that everything goes well for you. Oh
I
man.
just said in court, no, That's what I signed to get out.
You sound like my mom. My mom has gone to court for other people and won court cases that are like not winnable, quote unquote.
Yeah.
My name is Kelsey Clausen.
How do we find you?
I can't. Do you want me to like give you my Instagram or my Facebook or my phone number or my TikTok or my YouTube or any of my things?
I only have Facebook.
That's okay. Facebook works for me.
Facebook liars.
Phone number? Here, let's mute this. Let the people on the internet. Let's see if I. How do I do this?
You're from Saskatchewan?
Yes, I
Are
am.
you the woman with flags all over her car?
No, I came with that semi. Okay. That's not. I didn't drive it, obviously.
My daughter met a woman in Saskatchewan who was coming to Lethbridge.
How do I mute this? I don't know if I remember how to mute this. Here, I'll type it in for you, so that we don't have to have random people just randomly texting, messaging me.
So we're in Saskatchewan.
Saskatoon.
Oh, my daughter's just east of them.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's small. Everybody knows everybody, it seems. Like, the world is so small. Like, my parents, we went to Cuba in 2017, and we were in the airport in a different country, and my dad found people he knew. I'm like, we're not home. We are in a completely different country. I don't understand. It's just worse because my parents were part of the trucker convoy that was in Ottawa, so they went with that. They were gone for 6 weeks to the day. They were, I don't know if you heard about the truckers that had the puppies that was born on,
I did.
that was them. That was my parents.
Goodness.
Yeah. So they were gone. I had a litter of puppies I had to take care of at home.
Puppies.
Yep. There was actually 2 sets, which most people don't know about, because there was a set born 3 days before they left, which stayed at home with me and my brother. And then my mom took a pregnant dog with and then delivered puppies 3 or 4 days after they got there. So there's actually 2 sets of puppies. But she was like, I'm not staying home. Like, she was the reason that my dad, like, she said to my dad, like, we need to go, we need to do this. Because my dad's been a semi-truck driver for 40 years. Like, that's how my parents put food on the table for me as a kid. Like, it was a single income household. I have 3 siblings. Like, that's how it was for most of my childhood. And so semi-truck driving. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, you gotta love when that happens. But yeah, so like my mom like talked to my dad about going, and he took a couple hours to think about it and then decided they were going. And my dad has changed so much of as a person from going and like being there, experiencing all that. Like, that truck isn't the only thing that's decked from head to toe in like freedom stuff. Like, they have 3 other vehicles at home that are like top to bottom branded with like things freedom related. Like, they're a walking billboard.
Did you get a Trudeau for Treason poster?
I don't think so.
I did get
I did get that one.
Okay. This one.
We'll take this too. Add this to my list.
Dream about him with bars.
I just don't want to even see his face nor hear his voice.
And people said he's so good looking. I thought, no, well, you can give him one. You know, he's not handsome. He's gross as
literally, I'm like, people voted for him based on his looks. I'm like,
yeah.
I mean, he's not my type. I would never vote for him based on his looks. But I mean, like, the fact that there are people in this country that vote for
Are you live now?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. So embarrassing. My coat, I'm stuck in my coat. But I needed another person because
you got it.
Coming.
You got it.
I didn't think I could do it myself.
Oh, I've gotten stuck in my coat so many times.
But I can't get it off because I couldn't pull my arms out
Yeah.
to take it off
yikes.
my head.
Gotta
Oh my
love
gosh.
that.
We're wearing so many layers.
Oh,
Yeah.
you need to. You live in Canada, man.
Okay.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
Oh, good. See, not so bad. It was just a momentary hiccup.
Well, I'd say take it all the way off first.
I can't.
It doesn't move all the way off?
No,
Because you pulling it back up will split the zipper again. So
Yeah.
you need to like...
I can't. Oh, darn.
Other side, honey.
Yeah.
Well, the other side out.
Yeah, other side. So yeah, zipper.
Put it back in.
No, pull it up.
No, pull it. Take it right
Yeah.
off.
Take it right off.
Yeah.
Just like this. Like don't try to
Like
put
pull
it.
it so that your jacket's. Yeah, there you go. Because if you were gonna try and zip it back up, it would re-split and you'd get stuck all over again. I've done that so many times.
This is not on YouTube, right?
They didn't see that. I don't think anyway. It's all good. All of my people on my channel are dope, so.
Thank you for doing what you do.
Oh, I just figured that people that can't be here should be able to see these kind of things. Like I don't.
And if you reach one person,
Yeah, exactly.
then they'll maybe talk to another person. So
And that's how we need to view it. It's not like, you know, like yes, a lot of people view that they use their platform to like reach a bunch of people, but it's like if you can change one person's life, that's one person's life that is bettered because you talk to them.
Yeah.
And then they will reach one person, and if every single person did that, eventually you'd reach someone that lives across borders that would talk to somebody in a different country. But it's like like once you reach one person, you're not going to stop
are your
reaching.
hands freezing?
No, just a little. Not too bad. Hands in the truck. I can run.
Yeah, do you want some hot packets?
Ah, sure.
Okay.
My other hand's not too bad. Oh, bless your heart. I'm just so happy that you got your charges dropped because I heard about that. Because I know it was like, oh, there was, you know, guns or whatever that happened to be in Coots, and then it was like planted on you, and I was like, oh my word. Like the amount of things that you just like over time you hear more things, but it's just like, ugh. The proof that they're just vilifying anybody that lives in this country that like, you know, is willing to stand up and say absolutely not.
Yeah.
You know, like it's just so
It's
sad.
our kids.
Yep.
Like I've got grandkids. I don't want them growing up. in
Yep.
this
I have a
bullshit.
3-year-old nephew and a 1-year-old nephew. So like, especially like, you know, there's people my age, like I don't have kids, I'm not married, so like I don't really like, I would be fighting to have a future if I wanted to have that, but it's like there are kids and people that like are just hopeless, and we're hopeless before you guys went to Coots and before the truckers went to Ottawa that literally had no hope. Like they felt like they were the only
man
people.
in my community said today was my last day. You guys saved my life.
Wow.
I was gonna end it. I can't live like this.
Wow.
Yeah, and there was more than one down in Coots.
Oh yeah.
Said God bless you for coming because I couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah. I know I met a couple in I go down to Calgary periodically because I have friends that live out there, and so I went to one of their protests, and I met a couple that went down to Coots, and like the husband is like East Indian or whatever, and so like Trudeau had vilified them, so he was like screw it, and he wore his entire like whole get up or whatever. He was like, we're gonna prove that they're like not everybody that's in this is white.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to vilify everything that we're doing, because a lot of the people that live in this country do happen to be white. That just is how it is. Like, most of us were born here or like live somewhere across the country. So like, yes, majority of us that are fighting are going to be white, but we're not fighting just for our own kind.
It's got nothing to do with skin color. It's
Exactly. Exactly.
humans.
And so when there are people of other nationalities and other races, other belief systems that happen to go, it's like, that just proves like there's a loophole. Like there is a hole in your theory. Oh, it's all good.
Yeah, we gotta save the children.
Absolutely. There was a protest actually going on in Saskatoon today, and if we were not going to be here, we were going to go to that, because one of the pools in Saskatoon, so me and my best friend last week were going to go swimming during the week because she is getting her basement renovated, and so she's trying to be out of the house for that. And so she was like, want to go swimming? I was like, sure, let's go swimming. So we tried to go swimming. The pools told us that Tuesday to Thursday, public swimming is not a thing. Like, it's only for schools. So I'm like, okay, cool, whatever, that sucks, but like, it is what it is. So it's like, okay, well, they're clearly for the kids. Then shortly after that, there was an incident that happened at one of our pools, that there was a grown man walking buck naked in front of a bunch of girls and young kids,
And so we had a protest, or we tried to have one last weekend, but it was like -30. It was so cold. Not a lot of people showed up due to like it being freezing outside, and we had it at City Hall. And so they were having a protest, trying to have another one today, and I really, really hope it went well. But there was going to be a counter protest going in support of you identifying as whatever and allowed to be in all the bathrooms. It's like, if you want to be that, that's fine, but there should be a separate bathroom for you.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like not segregating you from society, and like not like, we still accept you as a person, but like we shouldn't have to change everything about society just because a small 1% decide that that's how it's going to be. Like, sorry, no.
Yeah.
And it's like, so the pools are sounding like they're for the kids, but then they're also not for the kids. So they're for the kids during the week from Tuesday to Thursday, so there's only schools, but then during the rest of the time, then the children are the ones that are getting yeah, like, I'm sorry, absolutely not. Very much so, and unless we stop this from getting even worse, it's not going to get any better. I'm going to go and get my... Yes, very nice to meet you both. The chat, so yup. Yikes, might have to get some coffee. Oh. It's crazy how once the sun goes down, then it's just cold. Oh, it's nice and warm in here. Let's read some of the comments. Let's see if my phone is fully charged. Oh, no, not yet. Not yet. Oh. You'll get to see what's inside the truck. I will survive the winter. Absolutely. Man, there's been a lot of comments since I was reading the chat. I love that you guys are just having whole conversations in here. I'm gonna have to read all these comments. There's so many. I'm gonna have to read them later. Go back and read them all and maybe reply to some. Oh, it's cold. It is so cold. Oh, man. But it looks like maybe the ground is getting a little bit more manageable, that I can walk on it without feeling like I'm going to slip. Oh. I'm gonna take off my boots, maybe put on some more socks, and go back out to the fun. I'm assuming it's probably supper time, so we're probably going to have chili right away. I'm assuming. Oh. Do you want... Hi, Hope. Say hello. Where's Phoenix? Say hi. Yes, hello. Where's Phoenix? Are you over here? Oh, hello. Are you just hanging out in your little home? Yeah. I'm cold. You don't want me to touch you. Ooh, man. Sweater, though. Okay. Okay, we're gonna put this down. Yes, that's one of the Freedom puppies. My parents ended up keeping one of them, and so they kept Hope because they were keep telling people they were holding on to Hope. So they kept her. The other ones got sold to good homes. I even dog sat for one of them last May, I think it was. Dog sat for the people who purchased one of the Freedom puppies. So they are all in good homes, and Hope is staying with us, so yeah. Yes, hello. You're all warm in here, not getting all full of mud. Oh. I'm not taking you outside. It's cold out there. You're just gonna shiver, and I'm gonna have to put you in my jacket. Or you're gonna get all dirty. Mom will come let you out at some point. But you can stay in here for now, so that you stay warm. Yes, hi, Fee. Hi, my baby. Crazy dog. All right, let's see if we have more socks. Okay. Lay down. Oh, we have people pulling out. Wonder if they're repositioning or if they're leaving. Maybe. Right. You. Yes, I will pet you in a second. Yes, hi. You just wait. I love you. Okay. You go lay down. I'm gonna go back out. Oh, what did I do? I wonder if everyone's at the stage or if they're eating. I don't even know what time it is. And the truck's not on, so it's not going to tell me. Okay, you go lay down. All right, let's go for a walk. So I think we are going to be warmer-ish. My boots are still soaked, but different boots for later. There we go. There. Okay, let's see if we can put this in my pocket and I won't screw up my gimbal. There we go. Yeah, this ground actually got a slight change in temperature, definitely like made it a lot less squishy. Oh, I'm just kidding, it's still squishy over here. Oh, we're missing. Missing some of the festives.
Running out of about 10 left, so if anybody wants one, I guess first come, first serve, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, so with the continuation of our documentary, we just
I got it from, I think it was Best Buy.
Kind of showcasing
It was like $175, but it like kind of stabilized. Yeah.
That's an apple. So we're trying to raise
This is a gimbal.
funds for that. So You took Apple Pay?
Oh yeah, this one's an Apple.
And it'll hook up.
Yeah, so like, and then it also has like a selfie stick that you can pull out. It's kind of hard.
Just to follow you.
But yeah, so like, and it's all like this. So you clip this piece on your phone and it's magnetized, so that it like stabilizes it a little bit, and then you can control all the things. Like I can.
So.
Yeah. I really like.
I think they're united young people working on a special project. And in a moment, we're actually going to have a guest speaker from out of the province. You can start walking down.
Do it.
Give your speech. The next presenter is from British Columbia. Now, why this flag is here is we've actually had a few people from British Columbia moving to Alberta. Well, the Freedom Line from BC to be flying in the air at the Freedom. Here it is. We got BC representing. And she was born and raised in Alberta.
Okay, so for all the wood, I would just like to ask you to help me join in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the power and the glory. Amen. I lost it there on the end. I deliver it for a second. Thank you so much. A bit about me before I speak here later too. I was in a treatment center here a couple of decades ago, and journey and why I'm here and where I am today. And I was in kitchen detail there for one day, and a guy come to me, and he was very disturbed. And he had a piece of paper in his hand, and he was a doctor. And I finally looked at him. I said, "Are you okay?" And he said, "Well, I've been studying this for days." He said, "For days and days." And he said, "This makes so much sense, and this is for everyone, this prayer." And that doctor was a Muslim. You know, that's how we need all of us here now. It don't matter what color, creed, or whatever we are. So I just want to share those stories for a bit.
I had to re-download my Prism app because it wouldn't let me do it on YouTube. Someone commented that the chat was completely down when I was live on YouTube, like fully live on YouTube.
Well, I've had the lovely privilege of meeting with Janice as well. I got to see her speak out at Red Dogs, and here is Red Dog with a few words as well.
All right, guys. I guess you'll hear me. If I don't even have the microphone, I can speak loud enough. All right, perfect. Thanks, darling. Okay, guys, we're all here as we're against Agenda 2030. We do not want these guys building 15-minute cities around us. That's for frickin' sure. I'm out of Leduc. We have a PMC now, Private Minister Cooperative, and the First Agricultural Church of Christ at our property. So we can't have any interferers and interlopers. The county's already tried to get in. We told them, no, sorry, this is not your jurisdiction. This is God's jurisdiction. So anybody wants to know more about the PMC can talk to me or Corey or any of our other guys. On our sign, it says the First Agricultural Church of Christ, and it has Genesis 1:26-29. When God gave us the sea for the food, the fish, the land for the animals, and the land to use as our own. We don't need permission or permits to do anything. Okay, Edward and Corey will speak to that effect. We hold church 2 to 3 times a week. We're all ministers of God, every one of us, or we wouldn't be here. This is how we move forward in the private with God on our side. The cabal built the Georgia Guidestones in 1980, 20 miles out of Atlanta, Georgia. The cabal commandment number 1 says to maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. These guys have nothing to do with nature. They spray us every day, they poison our waters. They're dropping poisons purposely in the waters now to kill the fish supply because they want us in the cities so we cannot survive on our own. We will not abide by Agenda 2030. Sorry guys, I got a little bit written down just to help me out here. They're killing our food supply. They've burned down half the processing facilities world at ports, and I mean lots of grain. Grain that would supply the world for weeks are burned up and taken out so we can't survive. They don't want us living on our own. They don't want us to eat the food. They put the food in the Miramichi River in New Brunswick. The poison. Narvey. Wayne Narvey in New Brunswick caught them, putting it into the foods. He was out in his canoe. The deer and beavers and stuff were eating out of that water after they died immediately. That's what they're trying to do to us. We need food and clean water. That's what we're doing on our acres. We're going to grow 40 acres of hemp this year because hemp is an awesome product. That's why they made it illegal, because it cuts into Big Pharma's medical supply money. We need to eat fresh food and have fresh, clean drinking water. Go ahead.
There's some extra chili left over.
There's more chili. Go get some more chili if you guys are hungry. We need more churches also, so if anybody else wants to start a church, come and see us. We'll help you out. Janice is going to come up and say. Okay, Janice is going to come up and say a few words first. Give her 10 minutes, guys. Big round of applause for Janice. She's awesome all the time. She's incredible.
And she ain't afraid of no ghost. Hey, don't you worry about the one who can take your body. You worry about the one who can take your body and your soul. You know this is a soul lure system, right?
Yeah.
They want your soul. Kim, who spoke earlier, wow, it's colder up here than it is down there. Whew. Kim, who spoke earlier, she is bang on about Soji. I don't call it sexual orientation, gender identity. I call it stomping out goodness and innocence, which is what they're doing to our children. I am the Kim, but not through Action for Canada in BC. A quick little thing about me is I was born and raised in Edmonton, Alberta. I am an educator, elementary educator. I was stuck in Illuminati Elementary, and I went traveling and living out of country for 20 years, and I've come back since then, and wow, Canada has changed. I'm going to share a little bit today about the lies of toxic masculinity. We're done with that. We want our men back, and we want them strong because they are the basis of the family. So hang on tight. That's the second part. And then I'm going to offer some solutions to what it actually looks like. And actually, there's only really one solution and many options within that solution. But they're not our options. They don't belong to us. So 2 Corinthians, they're a sorry bunch of pseudo-apostles, lying preachers, crooked workers, posing as Christ's agents, but sham to the core. And no wonder, Satan does it all the time, dressing up as a beautiful angel of light. So it shouldn't surprise us when his servants masquerade as servants of God, but they're not getting by with anything. They'll pay for it in the end. Amen? Yeah. So, whatchamacallums of light, Satan, fallen angel, bearer of light. Guess what they're calling us now? We're light workers. Well, we better be tapped into the right connection in order to get the light, right? So, what's the most important thing in a crisis situation? What's the most important thing? Shout it out.
Faith.
Calm, family. What? God. Okay, God comes with one thing. It's called faith. And you know what faith is? It's called trusting God. And you know the only way you can really truly do that is to actually have the truth. Not my truth, not your truth, not anybody else's truth, the truth. We need a barometer for the truth. How many of you are noticing that the truth not sure really what's going on. We had a scientific coercion happening, okay? So we trusted in the scientists, and cursed are you who trust in the ways of man, right? Cursed. Yeah. And so now it's not about the science anymore. What's it about? The history. When you know your history, there's no mystery. If you don't know your history, then you're going to get duped. So the fringe minority is now turning into the remnant minority. Yeah. This grouping of the fringe will now be stratified again. And guess who's allowing it to happen? The big guy upstairs. He's looking over the railing and he's going, yeah, you know what? If you're going to trust the man in the then have to it. Satan comes to do what? Destroy, right? So what do you see happening? And you know where he's going after? Who's he going after the most? Children. Our kids. And what does he want? He wants us out of the way, right? So in order to actually kill, steal, and destroy, he's got to have mom and dad out of the way, right? So how does he go about that? Well, what happened in the 1960s? JFK spoke, and he spoke about a monolithic conspiracy, but what happened in the 60s? They took something out of the schools. Bible. Yeah, they did. Guess what? In Babylon, so I've lived in Grand Cayman, hedge fund industry of the world, okay, for 10 years, and then the other 10 years, I lived in Babylon, California, Huntington Beach. We owned a heavy equipment company, so that means you dig dirt. That means you go underground. I'll say that again. We dug dirt underground. What's happening underground?
Tunnels.
So I know things that, you know, you can talk to me after about what I've seen and whatever. But here's the thing about it. California, okay, is putting through a bill for the 4th time. They're trying to push it. And guess what that bill is? It is they cannot abolish this book, but they are going to try to make it illegal. Now I'm going to ask you, as a true seeker, because at the end of the day, the truth that we need to be seeking is not ours, because if we follow 8 billion of our own truths, we end up where we are now, yeah? Yeah. All confused. So the reality is that in California, they are making this thing illegal. Why are they doing that? They're not making the Bhagavad Gita illegal. They're not making Buddhist scripture. They're not making A Course in Miracles, which, by the way, I was into all of that before I came to Christ. They're making this. Why are they making it legal? Because this is the last stand for truth. Yeah. And I'm going to tell you something. I have traveled to well over 80 countries in the world. The Afghani woman and the Syrian woman, they know the cost of travel, and you see what is happening to them. You see that that woman has got this stashed under her burqa. Authorities come to her, they say to her, ma'am, what are you doing? What do you have there? And she says, nothing, nothing, nothing. Because she knows that she will be killed if she has this. So if you are if we are true for the truth, we will recognize here and now that this plan demonic is all about one thing and one thing only. So the Illuminati are the problem, right? Yep. Are the Illuminati the problem? No. Or is it deeper?
Deeper.
How deep?
So deep.
All the way to hell. I'm going to tell you this. Many of you don't know this, but if you look at this, you can look at it after. You're talking about the USA. There's a reason why USA is under attack. I'm going to go from the bottom up because I'm real cold. The USA, up to the Illuminati, 1776. Switzerland. Hey, guess what? Antipas of Pergamum. Jesus said, you are my true disciple, Antipas of Pergamum, and you have died where Satan's lair is. So I went and Googled where Antipas of Pergamum died. Guess where he died? CERN. In Geneva, Switzerland. Guess what? The first country I ever went to when I was 14 years old. Geneva, Switzerland. And then I went to Dachau concentration camp in Germany. You go up from Switzerland, you get to the Vatican. We know that God's lair is not above Rome. We know that Satan's lair is under it. We know that. Okay? And that is what has caused a lot of people to walk away from the Jesus of relationship. Because why? Because who wants that? Who wants to make children in Kamloops kneel on jagged rocks and say, I worship Jesus? That is not my Jesus that made those children kneel on jagged rocks. And you let the people know that that is not my Jesus, because if you knew my Jesus, you would know the amazing grace. So anybody who has a problem with God, I say to them, you don't have a someone who misrepresented him. And it stems from this right here. You go all the way up to the top and you're looking at the Canaanites, the tribe of Cain. Okay? Because Cain had a problem with Abel. Cain ate Abel. I'm just going to say it really fast. You figure it out. All right? So pharaohs of Egypt at the top. Roman Empire, Knights of Templar, Freemasons are way down here. If you're still down here and that's what you think is going on, I'm here to let you know there's a history that is diabolical, it's evil, it's come from the fallen angels. That is who is after you. The Greek myths are not myths, they are real. Everything that you see of Hercules and all his centaurs, his half-made mad horse, if you will, that has been going on for a very, very long time. There is nothing new under the sun. This is not the first Great Reset. This is the 5th Great Reset. Daniel 2 will tell you there was a Great Reset in Babylon. There was a Great Reset in Medo-Persia, Iran. There's a Great Reset in Greece, and there's a Great Reset in Rome. And this is the 5th Great Reset, and Babylon is coming back. So if we don't even know what that word means, how are we to know where we're supposed to go? If you don't know your enemy, you general, when I say you, if you don't know your enemy, then how do you know what you're fighting?
Amen.
So here we are, kings of Babylon on this side, Judea Temple, the Khazarian Mafia. Most people I talk to go this far. They cannot wrap their head around that. You know why? Because people are listening to false prophets. They are listening to false prophets in white lab coats of science. Yes? Yeah. By the merchants of Pharmakia, the nations will be deceived. By the merchants of Pharmakia, the nations, plural, will be deceived. Revelation 18:23. There are only 22 books in Revelation. By the merchants of Pharmakia, one time by the science. You guys pass the test, because the teacher, I am a teacher, is always silent during the test. So give yourselves a pat on the back and thank the Lord Jesus Christ that he allowed your brain to be able to see and have a sound mind through that. But guess what? There's a second test. And it's rooted in history. And if you don't know your history, you will become duped. There is a deception on a level that is coming to this country that we do not even understand. And if you want the solution, if you truly want the solution, then you'll hang on. Because in order to get the solution, you got to understand the problem. Right? So this is the first thing. Okay? Now I'm going to read you something. You can cut me off anytime. Nope. I'm going to read you something. Who knows who Bonhoeffer was? Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Okay, Dietrich Bonhoeffer is exactly where we need to be. If you want to truly fight, you have to get on your knees and let God come behind you. You have to behave like a David. Literally what we're fighting here. You should be concerned. You should be concerned, because what they're drumming up is not what we think it is. Whatever they're telling you on the Egyptian lapdog media, it's a lie. It's a half-truth, which is a lie. Okay? So the reality is this. We are up against Goliaths. These Goliaths have had this. Have you ever noticed that you're like, how come it's just coming from everywhere? They're just throwing the kitchen sink at us. It just never stops. On all 7 spheres of society, it never stops. Have you ever asked yourself, like, what's next? Yeah. Well, guess what? I'm just going to tell you what that flag is about. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. That's God's rainbow, and he's claiming it back. Okay? And then on top of that, you have arrows that go into the new flag, which are white, pink, blue, black, or brown and black. The white is for innocence. The pink and blue are for little boys and little girls. The brown is for bestiality, and the black is for necrophilia. Do not fly that flag. And now that you know that, it is your responsibility. I'm sorry, I'm not yelling at you. I'm very passionate. It is your responsibility now to go out and tell anybody and everybody who's flying that flag, put that flag down, and here's why. And then you tell them what I just told you. It is your responsibility. It is your responsibility. Now that you know, you cannot have willful ignorance, you say to people. You must make a decision. Because at the end of the day, guess what? 3 times in red writing, if you cause these children to stumble, what happens to you? Millstone around your neck.
In the sea.
Into the deep blue sea. 3 times. Jesus did not mince words. Go look it up. Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Okay? So if we want to push back, we've got to push back and do what's best for children first, no matter what. There are people in this group that have children. They are sticking their necks way out under the rule of law, which is God's law, not pirate law. We cannot sit under the rule of law and not sit under the God of the Bible. The minute we do that, we're slapping God in the face. You become a pirate and you don't even know it. And at the end of your life, it'll be goats to the left and sheeps to the right. And I'm going to tell you this, if you don't believe me, go look up the Queen and go look at how much they pull that infamous goat around everywhere. They are basically saying in our faces, you are lost sheep, we're goats, we don't care, we're going to throw the kitchen sink at you, and we hate humanity. You know why they hate humanity? Who knows why? Who really knows why? I'll tell you why. Because they, at the beginning of creation, saw the beginning of creation. Those angelic beings saw God put this into creation. Okay? And then at the end of it, after they saw him put into creation, Satan became jealous because he realized that God loves us more. And yet he's right beside God. So this last showdown and the 5th Great Reset, when the Christ stone is pulled out, go read Daniel 2, is between God and the gods, the angels and the demons, Jesus Christ and the Antichrist. And if you are not under God and you have not given your life to the only way you can get to God, I am the way, truth, and the life, John 14:6, then guess what happens? You get to be a goat. And I don't want that for anybody. I don't want that for anybody because you know what? This is nothing right here. This doesn't even matter. What matters is where are we spending eternity? When you go home tonight, you ask yourself that question. Where am I spending eternity? As soon as you have the answer to that, you do one of 2 things. You either stand up fearless and bold, or you step back and coward. And by the way, at the end of the Bible, it says the cowards and unbelievers, and then everybody else, sexually immoral, etc., blah, 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 do not get in. Okay? I'm here to let you know there is a heaven and there is a hell. And that is the last conspiracy going. And that is what it's always been about. It's never been about the jab. It never has. But here's what it is. Jeremiah 17:5. If you trust in the ways of man, you are cursed. And we see that happening. Then we have the history. That was a science. The funnel is getting narrower, folks. We have the history. And it's if you trust in your own ways and make yourself your own God and listen to your own intuition and think that you have your own discernment. I don't have my own discernment. I don't even know which way is which half the time. Don't kid yourself. The reality is this. I have intuition. I've been traveling. I take my young sons, I know something is on me to say turn the other way. But I do not have the discernment unless I'm plugging into the Holy Spirit. If you do not have the Holy Spirit, you've got holes in your spirit and you're in trouble going into this next round. Okay? The fringe is going to stratify itself into the fringe that falls off and the remnant that hugs the side of the mountain. Okay? You get the great view It's hard, it's arduous. I used to take women out into the wilderness on big hiking trips, and I would say to them, just for a joke, not even realizing before I came to Jesus, I would say, hey, you know what? Which road do you want to take? Do you want to take the fire lane where you don't have a view and where it's easy and you get to hold everybody's hand and kumbaya behind your rose-colored glasses and smoke opium? Or do you want to take the undulating way, the hard, difficult way where we go one by one? But let me tell you, girls, the view is amazing. We can take the fire road home. Okay, if you really want to. Because heaven is lined with golden gates, etc. and golden roads. But here's what I'm saying. There is no pain in heaven. If some of you are going through pain right now, I'm here to let you know there's no pain in heaven. And our job here, in order to get there, is to thump Satan. Is to thump Satan. How can we thump Satan if we don't even know what he's up to? If we are playing in a team, I was a water polo player, and in order to get better, I played with the men. I didn't let the men come play with us in the game, if you know what I mean, but I played with the men. You know why? Because you get better. But here's the thing, when it came to playing, the game tape. And that's what we need to do. We need to study the game tape. Well, what's the game tape? Put up your hand if you're like, how far is this going to go? How much longer? Put up your hand if you know how much longer and how far this is going to go. Where the end line is. Put up your hand. If you have your hand up right now, go talk to one of these people. They understand where the end of the line is. And here's what I'll say, okay? 1960s, they turned our countries away from God. There are 5 countries that are under attack. What are they? Commonwealth countries, thank you. They are America. America is the thumb. They are Canada. They are the UK, I'm cold. They are New Zealand, and they are Australia. They are the most hit hard. You know why? Because they are the last standing countries under the realm of the Lord God Almighty. And I did a workshop out in BC, and this woman says to me, well, Janice, my family's from Hungary, but we have God. And I said, aha, but you didn't have him until you lost everything, right? So what I'm saying is, ahead of time, get them before we lose everything. Get on our knees and ask the Lord, like 2 Chronicles 7:14, if my people will humble themselves, will seek my face, will pray, I will hear from heaven. I will release the angels. And then guess what? You're going to have Danielle in the lion's den. Because Danielle means God is my judge. And Smith means to smite. Why do you think God says, I will put in whoever I want and I will take out whoever I want and you will have no say? You think you will have a say, but you will not. And I will make it so unbelievably stupid and absolutely of moral depravity, and you will still not wake up, some of you. How many of you are just shaking your heads at people like, are you kidding me? Like you're putting your kid through this? What?
Absolutely.
It's just insane. So here you go. You want to know what's happening? Here's the 20-year cycle of democracy. Right here. You can take a picture of it later. Okay? Hungary, the reason why Hungary is out of the woods is because they've had a faith. Now, we had a faith in 1960. They took the Bible out of the schools. So then we had courage when we had the faith. Okay? Then we have liberty. We have had so much in this country. I've been to so many more. They have nothing. We are so fortunate. We're complaining right now about 15-minute cities, and it's great that we're on it, but you have no idea what is happening in other places in the world. When you travel a lot, you can make a few friends, people on the street, and then they tell you, okay, we have abundance, and then after abundance, we get into selfishness. After selfishness, we get into complacency, then apathy, then we're in bondage. Where are we now? Where are we? Complacency, running into bondage? Yeah. So the question is, where are we as a country? Now ask yourself where you are as a person. Okay? So when you come to a strong faith and you know that no man, they can take your life, but they can't take your soul because it belongs to Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach. Now you become on a whole other level. And God is waiting for this country to wake up. I will use the people that no one thought I could use. They are a small nation. They are a large landmass. And I will use them because everywhere else in the world respects them. And I will send a little woman around the world to come back to send the message that I'm telling you right now. My boys are born in America. Everywhere I went, are you American? No, I'm Canadian. Oh, it changed immediately. Okay, there's a we have in this country. If this is probably where we need to be in. And just, you know what, understand that at the end of the day, they're coming for our children. They want the men out of the way. And, you know, Adam, the mother and children, and the mother is inside with the children. Okay? And the mother decides when and she's the sword. So the man has a large shield and a small sword. The woman has a large sword and a small shield. And she is rearing up the kids, and he's helping her, but he's at the gate. He's at the gate. What have they done to our men? Crop tops and running down the runway, right? Not you guys, but that's what they're trying to do. They want to make men women and women men. They want to break down the family. That's where we need to push back and educate. So I just encourage everybody to knees and pray, because we cannot do this on our own, and that's obvious. We need a big guy behind us. We need a big guy behind us to actually, and the only way is, God, what do you want me to do? Okay, I want you to come up here and share this message. Okay, now what do you want me to do? I want you to back out of the way. I'm going to make a move. Okay, Danielle Smith, take a look. Look up people's names. Get back to your Hebraic, because the English language is not what you think it is. Okay? So amen, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Janice.
Woo!
Awesome.
Thank you, Janice. And so, if you please register your postal code if you haven't already. See the big white sign, and also putting this all together. She has a sign out here, or a flag out here, for red ink on the white part of the flag and the black ink on the red part of the flag. Let's make this a little time capsule. Let's well, yeah, get your name on there. Freedom for all. And now I want to welcome to the stage Vlad from Hugs Not Masks.
Yeah.
Woo!
Hello. So good to be here. Thank you for everyone who showed up early and maybe already left. I want to thank them anyway. This was really great. Almost a little reunion from the last year Trucker Convoy. I was blessed to be in Ottawa for 6 weeks before truckers arrived, during and after. I was doing my best to hold the line. I'll make this quick. I really want to acknowledge the young people coming early and speaking. We obviously know it's about them more than anyone, to ensure that we have a future to live into. And I have young kids myself, so I understand it's them who are going to determine what kind of future my kids going to live into. A path that can be the good one for all of us. Very quickly, I was born and raised in Soviet Union, so everything that's been spoken earlier in terms of indoctrinating the children, I know, I experienced it myself. And that's why I've been doing all this work for the last 3 years, and definitely not going to stop. The request that I'm going to make of you, beautiful people here in Alberta and across, I know some people came from Saskatchewan or BC, is talk to your friends, talk to your family members, and ask them to move to Alberta. There's so many people already moved to Alberta, and we need more. We need more people coming here, because the reality is this is the land of the free, and we need to expand that even more. We need more people that are aligned with our morals and our values, right? We have to draw a line, and we have to have a separation naturally, in the sense of the people that are not aligned with these values and morals that we have, they can live in other parts of the country. But we need to increase concentration of people that are aligned with what we stand for. freedom is essential. And the reality of freedom, you don't understand how essential. Years ago, I came to this country for freedom and opportunity. How much of that do we have right now? You know what I'm saying. But I'm choosing to stay here. This is my country. This is the country of my kids. And we have to hold the line as much as we can and set the precedent. More than anything, all of you know you're on the right side of the history. When people are going to look back at this time, and I'm looking at this already myself, this is the most extraordinary time to be alive, because we get to be instrumental to determine what kind of future we're all going to live into. So take charge of your own life. Take responsibility for yourself first. Very important. If you want to be independent from the government, but you still rely on the government for the health care, and you still rely on the government for financial support, how truly independent are you?
Not at all.
And I'm not saying that to pass judgment, but can you make yourself better every day, a little step at a time? Can you improve your health every day? Can you improve your financial situation every day? Because until we personally take responsibility, how much can we ask somebody else to do the same? So be an example that you want to see in your community, improve your life, have a healthy lifestyle, habits, raise your kids in a way to appreciate the food, the natural way it comes to you, and it provides nourishment for you. What's up? More than anything, guys, this is really beautiful. Like I said, just talk to your people. We need more people here that are aligned with what we want to build here. We will hold the line in this province. I already see this happening. Whatever's going to happen in other parts of the country, it's going to happen. But this is the country that no matter what happens in the political life, we have enough people that are just going to say no. The true solution to tyranny is always mass civil disobedience. It's mass united non-compliance. And because we have majority of the people here that align with that mindset, that's why I know we're going to win no matter what. And in closing, the main reason why we're going to win is because we committed to do whatever it takes, where the other side is actually doing whatever is convenient and whatever they get paid for. Most of us don't get any paid. We volunteer in the time, we're spending our own money to do something that we know is so important to us. And that's, if you look in the history is full of examples. David and Goliath and everything after that. It's the people that literally willing to sacrifice everything that they have. They always win in the end. So all I ask you is be patient. It takes time. They've been planning this for a very long time, and most of us joined this in the last 3 years, and we're just doing our best to really gather our resources, gather our skill sets, and push back. And pushback is happening. We're already winning this. There's no doubt in my mind. We are on the winning side, and we just have to finish this. And this year, we can determine how long we will prolong the sufferings. If we're really organized this year, and we can make a true stand and push back against all this evil agenda. It is evil. Let's call it what it is. We have to expose evil, and we have to cast it out from our lives. And this is a province that I know in my heart will make that happen, and it can set an example for the rest of the country. And that's all. Stay healthy, stay blessed, and always stay awake. Thank you.
Just a short message on that note. I know many of you have given very generous. This weekend was some great expenses for rental of equipment that we used and some purchase of equipment that we used to provide for meals. And I know there was a $2,000 purchase for the food for this weekend and about $500 that I put out for rentals. And we really ask you to be generous in the donation box that is at our table for the meals this weekend. And we'll be back at it again tomorrow morning. There's French toast and bacon in the morning, and then we have a great lunch and dinner for, I think, and lunch for everybody tomorrow after Cowboy Church as well. So thank you very much for your generosity.
Donate. I saw Claudette working here like I arrived around 5:30 yesterday. She was working her butt off. The food is amazing. And speaking of food, we have Growing from the Ground Up. They are a farm to table business, and
we got 4 guys in jail. These guys, okay, boys? They've been sitting in jail for a year now. This is unacceptable.
Thanks, everyone. It's one of those things that we see at all of the various stores around there, the Walmarts and superstores and all that. I don't know if you'd call what they have food, but it's technically there. And what we have seen in the last little while is the government to the grocery store. And that's one thing that really made an absolutely huge difference for me as a foodie, as a person that loves food. Being shut away from that, it was just unacceptable. And feed me crickets and all sorts of other things, that just doesn't work. So about a year ago, myself and my sister set up a new business or a new organization that picks up food from our local small farmers and delivers it to people that want great food. And right now we have some amazing stuff, because a lot of the farmers, the small farmers, of course, they have all sorts of barriers to not be able to sell their food to people. They can't get into the stores, and they can't sell to you because, of course, you're in a completely different space to where they are. They're out in the country and they're in the city, or a lot of you are at least. So they've got a lot of barriers. They can't sell raw milk and do all of these kind of things. So there's just huge problems with that. So when the government started to say that you have to be masked up, you have to have shots, and you have to do all these things to get into the store and to get food, that's when we said no. This is our be free kind of moment. And we needed to create a new supply chain so everyone can get food no matter the circumstances. And that's what we've done. We have 35 farmers online in our site, growingfromthegroundup.org. And we have about 380 products of all sorts up there. And we have more farmers coming on board all the time. So right now we deliver in Lethbridge, in Calgary, in Red Deer, and also in Edmonton. We just started in Red Deer and Edmonton just in the last couple of weeks. So if you want great food, amazing food from the farmers, all you have to do is go to the website, you place an order, and then every 2 weeks we deliver to your house. growingfromthegroundup.org. We will be passing out some brochures and such as well that have all the information. They do amazing jobs. They don't use the pesticides, they don't use the herbicides and all of those other nasty things. So this is the best way to get great food. Now this is a bit of a passion for me. It's kind of why I got started at it. And I would like to invite you to come and join my parade of good food and supporting farmers, supporting local. We have some amazing people. I just want to mention a couple of them. Bliss & Company, they're actually a bakery, and they make the most amazing peach pies, small peach pies, and they do it all by hand. We have Fairwinds Farms. They're a goat, they do goat milk and cheese and all that, and their Chèvre cheese, to die for. Just exceptional. They're in Didsbury. Messages and all that are just. A friend of ours up in Edmonton, their son, they basically took kind of a dibs on the extra sausage that was left, and the sister, she didn't like peppered kind of sausages and all that. Oh, she's never gonna have it. But when she got back home, she actually ate the sausage because they wanted that extra sausage left, and it's really exceptional for them. And they all do either organic or natural milk. They're not homogenized, and they're just minimally pasteurized. Just excellent stuff. So we've got a huge list of farmers on there, and they're just, as I said, they're just amazing. It was really cool. Some people in recently that areas them on the different buildings they can have on their lot and all that, and it's just crazy. Like, so my sister had contacted them, and we just got a note back. We're very excited and thankful that the council chose to work with us, the residents of Thorold County. Thanks for your patience. It has been a whirlwind the past couple of days. We've had a lot of people reaching out to us, and we're just a few of us with day jobs, families, and farms. We're planning to set up a phone system so that we can call everyone and get re-engaged with them. But the biggest part of this is that the council for that area chose to defeat that motion to put that forward. So they are allowed to have as many chickens as they want, relatively speaking, and no longer is that going to be an issue in that area, at least until they try. So I would recommend everyone, no matter what area you're in, keep an eye on what municipality, whatever, because this one they tried to slip past the people there and try to just sneak it in so that the average person, even if they're on chickens. This was defeated, but the WEF and all the back through in different areas. So keep your eyes open for it. So now, one thing I did want to mention, we're mainly volunteer based. We do pay for gas and that kind of thing, but we could use some extra volunteers, driving, sorters, that kind of thing in Edmonton and Calgary, Red Deer, etc. So if you have some time, we only do this every 2 weeks, but email us, text us, whatever, if you have some time for that. So that's basically all I had. I just wanted to say, please support the farmers, please support local. We have some brochures, some fridge magnets, all that kind of thing. And I say, please order via the site. Most of the money goes back to the farmers, 85% of it does. And it's a great way to support farmers and to make sure you're getting really good food, really local food. And it's a way to make sure that the government can never shut down people and tell them what kind of vaccines or anything else that they need. This is freedom in a very basic sense. We need to have access to food. So thank you so much for taking the time listening, and thanks for being here.
Woohoo! Yes, like that's when we come together, is cutting out the middleman. Like, how many would love to see more superstores go down and more places like grow from the ground up just pop up? Like, yeah, like we want fresh food on our plates. Like, I recently was part of a community garden with our fellow ladies, and having like amazing fresh carrots is like no other. So support your local farmers, 100%. Mel, do you want to sing? Yeah? Okay, I think we need to bring some people back with a little angel voice. Come on, everybody. Introducing Melanie Switsinger for a few vocal bars, sharing her musical talents. And please gather around. I know it is cold, but we would love to see you guys around a little bit more.
Okay, I'll try to remember. Okay.
I don't know, this one?
Or like this guitar?
This guitar? This guitar's okay? Okay.
I told you our call.
Oh, is it yours?
Yeah, it's okay. I don't know if she's
I just found out that there is is it an international or national boycott on all large food stores. So support small local stores. I think we could all get behind that. What do you guys? Okay, it's February 9th to the 23rd. And where can they find more information on this? Is there a website?
I'll send the poster to Benita.
You're going to send the poster? Okay. Yeah. All right. So watch the social media accounts, guys. We'll find out where that came from and share that out to other places and other people. My name's Melanie Switzer. I'm with Alberta for Liberty. Are you guys staying warm?
Sort of, kind of, a little bit.
Warm-ish. I'll tell you, this is actually a pretty nice day for February. Pretty loud. Okay. Okay, we're just technical difficulties. I wrote a couple of freedom songs. Might do one of those if you guys are all right with that.
Sure, freedom.
Anybody here like Big Pharma?
No.
Perfect. Okay, I got a song for you guys. This one's called Hell No to Big Pharma, and it is an audience participation song. So when I say hell no, then I'm going to need you guys to say hell no back. All right, I'm going to just try and get the levels right here. So. Okay, we'll train you guys. No, you guys are going to repeat that back to me. This has got a lot of words in it. Haven't done it in a while. I hope I remember them all. Well, there's a little bitty thing called vitamin D. If you mix it up with some vitamin C and a little B12 and some zinc, then you'll be fine. Yeah, we can't talk about chloroquine, can't even talk about ivermectin, and the hashtag natural immunity is getting censored all the time. Ready? Just say hell no, hell no to Big Pharma. Yeah, our health. Ready? To Big Pharma. Yeah, all right, we got some little bit of financial disclosure here. Well, the vaccine industry makes a heap, lining the pockets of the global elite, talking over $60 billion just last year. Yeah, the data is out there if you want to get wiser. Over 30 billion made, yeah, and that's just Pfizer. So much profit, so little liability. Ready? Just say hell no, hell no to Big Pharma. Yeah, they don't care about hell no. Yeah, all they really care about is wealth. All right, do y'all mind if I get a little conspiratorial in this verse? Well, no, all right. Well, the deep state service corporations, along with the United Nations, rolling out their evil, diabolical plans. We can't trust the World Health Organization or Bill Gates' plan for depopulation. That's why we make a stand. Ready? Just say hell no to Big Pharma. Yeah, they don't really care about our health. Just say hell no to Big Pharma. Yeah, all they really care about is wealth. One more time. Just say hell no to Big Pharma. Say hell no to Big Pharma. Yeah. That's why we've got to look out for ourselves. Oh, you guys are some great backup singers. Okay. I'm just trying to remember what key this is in. New World Order up your ass. You can stick the New World Order up your ass. You can stick the New World Order where the sun don't shine but oughta. Stick the New World Order up your ass. Ready? Singing we are the 99%
99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. There'll be blue skies when those chemtrails are all gone. There'll be blue skies when those chemtrails are all gone. There'll be blue skies when those chemtrails and their evil plan fails. There'll be blue skies when those chemtrails are all gone. Sing with me now. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. You can stick those poison vaccines up your ass. Yeah, you can stick those poison vaccines up your ass. You can stick those poison vaccines. Stick those poison vaccines up your ass. Sing it now. Singing we. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We are the 99%. You can stick those 5G towers up your ass. You can stick those 5G towers up your ass. Yeah, you can stick those 5G towers. They're a microwave on full power. Towers up your ass. Sing now. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We are. I would rather be a human than a slave. Yes, I would rather be a human than a slave. I would rather be a human. Yeah, don't you know that you can rather be a human than a slave? Last time, singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 99%. Singing we are the 90. Together we are mighty. We all right. Thank you so much, guys. I gotta warm my fingers up. Turn things back over to Jessica. How about a big round of applause for everyone who made today possible?
Thank you very much, Mel. A beautiful voice as always. Freedom! And speaking of freedom, we have a woman that broke free from the Coots demonstration. Joanne, please welcome Joanne to the stage to speak about her experience and also bring awareness to the Coots boys that are still locked up today. Bring your hands together.
I didn't do that, honest. Or should I say, excuse me. So great to see you people here. Who controls our freedom? We do! We do, under God. No man can take our freedom. I heard somebody speak about schools. About 6 years ago, I asked my principal, because I've been a teacher for 30 years, didn't practice all that time, but I asked my principal, why are we dumbing these children down? And he went, I don't know. Somebody better know. We have to keep and our Canadian Bill of Rights. Screw the Constitution, because after the preamble, you're all slaves. Every lawyer practicing is bound by the bar, owned by the king now, although he's not been coronated. But they bow to the Queen. I spoke with Tamara today. I said, get rid of your lawyer. She said, I'm with Keith Wilson for life. And I said, I'm sorry. Well, February 14th, happy Valentine's Day. And he got sent 5.5 hours of tape the day I was out of jail, and he's never listened to it. So there will be a press conference. The word went out Thursday. There will be a press conference where the press can ask me questions. I won't be speaking too much about the tape or about the recording. It's not on tape. I was so paranoid there's even 2 sticks overseas, because I, like many of you, were afraid. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not afraid. This is my right to be free, and it's God-given, and no man has any rights over me or any of us. It is time, and slowly people are waking up. I just wish it was faster. We have to save the children. That's what this is about. We cannot move forward. We're at the gate. I heard the gate mentioned a few times. We are at the gate. We've unlatched the gate. It's time to move forward. It's been a hell of a year, let me tell you that much. But you people standing here in the cold tonight prove that we're on the right track. They fear us because we're not backing down. We're not handing over our children anymore. And I have to tell you, there's 2 women, 3 actually, Sachi's going to speak as well. But with the help of Stand For Thee and some common law words, my nose is running, stand on your own. Get rid of your lawyers, because they don't work for you, they work for the Queen. Our police are sworn to the Queen. Our army is not. So there's a lot of hope out there, and by you people being here, God bless you all, because we need to keep moving forward. Woohoo! Thank you, Red Dog. I hate the drip on the mic, you know.
This woman's a warrior, guys.
Woohoo!
Her only crime was housing people and putting some food in their bellies and getting them warm.
Yeah, and doing lots of laundry. Let me tell you the laundry I did. But for us to move forward, everybody needs to keep talking. Keep speaking the truth. The lies are being revealed, and the truth is coming out, and we have no choice. When you look at the little people around you, we have no choice but to keep fighting for our freedom and their children's freedom. We cannot move them into the world that we're coming out of. And believe me, we are coming out of it. They drove past my house when I was released from jail with a spotlight back and forth every 10 minutes to terrify me. And quite frankly, at that point, I had PTSD so bad I was in hiding. I had somebody there filming them, so we have that tape too. Lots of people have recorded things, but in my house, my daughter, she said, because she's the first person I phoned, told her I was terrified, had to change my clothes twice because I was profusely sweating with terror. And she said, Mom, don't hang up the phone, just set it down on the counter. Now, they tried to get me as an organizer. Well, if anybody that knows me, and Sachi knows, I can't even work my phone right. So I'm a phoner, not a texter. But I have them on tape saying bizarre things like, looks like being a good Samaritan's gonna get her a gun charge. Well, it did, but it didn't stick.
That's right.
Didn't stick. Stand on the truth. Stand on your Bill of Rights, your Canadian Bill of Rights, and Alberta has a Bill of Rights. Take back your children. The school system is flawed. It's not there to educate them. They don't want educated slaves. That's why women in other countries aren't allowed to read or to be educated. We in Canada can be. And I've heard people say, I'm so ashamed when I look at my Canadian flag. It's not my flag anymore. I am so proud of our flag. We stand under that flag. It represents free people, and by golly, we're gonna stay that way.
Woo!
So I've raised 7 kids and I've got 23 grandkids, and it's in the Education Act that the parents the parents have the inalienable rights to educate their children. So you have in our Education Act, it states that parents have the inalienable right to educate their kids. The Department of Education does not have that right. The parents have that right, and it's in the Education Act.
So read up, get involved. I hear people saying, I don't want to be involved in politics. You better be, because it's all a game. Danielle Smith, before she was elected, said, I really want to hear your story. Well, I've written to her. I've spoken with Chris Kinnear, who was on her team while she toured. I've never heard from her. So I want to say this. Don't kid yourself for 1 minute. They play both sides against the middle. And nobody in government is willing to slaughter the cash cow. They are making money hand over fist, and the poor are being trodden on because I didn't have money for a lawyer. They were going to provide me a lawyer. When I found out my lawyer didn't even bother listening to the tape, I fired him. I thought, God's got me in this. He's got my back. And every night I prayed, make me your warrior, because this needs to be done. We need to protect our future, and our children are our future. Let's face it. There's up and coming, the young people drove by when we were in the slow roll today, swearing. Like, they have no idea where they are in life. They have no idea that they've been captured. I want to say something about flying our flag upside down too. I know it's a sign of distress for a country, but be proud of that flag, because that flag is going to lead us forward as a nation. We are going to, they flew it all around the world. I also had, I'm pretty sure, an undercover cop staying at my house. Wasn't that big of him. He was the only one not arrested. He is off the grid now. We don't even know where he is. I don't really care, but Derek Allen, if you're out there, God bless you anyway, buddy. That was the name he used. I'm sure it's not his real name. People, I love you all. I'm so proud of all of you. Raise your children right. Take them back. Just say hell no. Yeah. Our kids are our kids, and they're going to be our future. They're going to be the ones pushing us around in that chair. I love you all. Thank you so much for being here. Stand up for freedom, always. It's our God-given right. No man has the right to take it away.
Thank you, Joanne!
God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Joanne. And a wonderful woman that stood by her side is Sochi. And you might have seen her handing out the Trudeau for Treason little flyers at the front gate here. Please welcome Sochi. Sochi!
Hi everyone. I just want to thank everyone for coming out, and I just love you all so much. I'm so grateful we have such an awesome freedom crew here in Alberta, in Red Deer area tonight. I wanted to talk a little bit about this Trudeau for Treason business. It's really critical because Trudeau, he broke, if it says on the flyer, so I won't go into it because I think I probably just about got everyone. He broke the law when he instituted illegally the Emergency Measures Act, and it got withdrawn quickly because the Senate wasn't even going to approve it. But we're doing a process of holding him to account for treason, and it involves asking people to fill out affidavits and have them notarized and submit them to us. If you observed criminal activity from the police, if you were injured or anything else during any protest, not just in Ottawa, in Coutts, in Windsor, in Manitoba, anywhere in Canada. And I'm also going to talk about the Canadian Bill of Rights just a little bit. This is how, and Alberta Bill of Rights, and the other gentleman mentioned about education. The Alberta Bill of Rights also has an amendment that parents have the right to be informed about their children's education and to participate in it. And they were forced to add that when they added all the gender bender part about no discrimination. They took out the just simple word sex and replaced it with a very long sentence. So the Canadian Bill of Rights doesn't give us any rights at all. What it does is it recognizes our rights come from God. We don't get our rights from the government. We get our rights from God, and we're born with them. They're inside of us, and no one can take them away from us. No government, no man, no person, unless we surrender them or we voluntarily give them up or we don't stand strong in them. So we are very fortunate in Alberta. We have the Alberta Bill of Rights, and that governs all of our education and our health care and other provincial matters. And then we have the Federal Bill of Rights, which is what we used with Joanne, because she was able to use it. Coates is a border town that's under federal jurisdiction. And if Joanne had not fired her lawyer would have used the charter, and she would still not be completely free. She would still have charges, and her bail conditions would still be hanging over her head, and she would still have to be kept away from certain people and from protests and various other things. So this is a powerful document. It was done in the 60s by John Diefenbaker, who was an honest politician. He passed this bill. It was modeled on the US Constitution, and if you read it, it is quite a spiritual document, and it starts out acknowledging the supremacy of God and that our rights, it says right on it, if you read it, it's an act in recognition and protection of our rights, our inherent rights that we already have. And I just think it's a really wonderful, beautiful piece of work. I encourage you to read it and familiarize yourself with it, and also the Alberta Bill of Rights. Also for Stand for Thee, we have actions to empower you because people have been feeling helpless. We have a whole series of 5 or 6 things we've been doing. One of them is habeas corpus for people who are in jail. If they request our help, we will help them get out of jail and have a proper hearing. And if you use habeas corpus, it's not like a bail hearing where you can only have 3 certain stratas of data presented. You can apply any information on your behalf. And we also have done progressive notices of liability, where the individual, not the corporation or the government or whatever, but the individual that has caused you harm, you can hold them to account personally. You issue them a notice of liability together with a signed, notarized affidavit of your harm, and you ask for a remedy, and then you also give a time limit of 7 days or whatever. If they don't remedy the situation with that time limit, then we send them an invoice for violation of your rights. In Alberta, in small claims court, you can claim up to $50,000 for every right the court considers is, every right that's violated is considered to be worth $5,000. And if you, so your right to privacy is violated, your right to informed consent, if uttering threats, extortion, whatever rights were violated, and your time, discomfort, or injuries that were also, you can claim those, and you can claim money from them, and then you can take them to small claims court, and you can put out a lien on their property or their car to these people individually. And if you get a lot of people targeting one person for $50,000, you better believe that they're going to start changing their behavior. And using this particular notices of liability, we got all the masks off the Ottawa Carleton School Board, and this one man did it, just one man, one person. He did that for all the children that are in the Ottawa Carleton School District. So I want you guys to know, please come on our site. I'm really cold and I'm nervous, and I'm just a grandmother, that I'm passionate about freedom and justice and truth. And I thank you so much for listening to me. And I got to go now because I'm running out. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Get warm by the fire. Give her many hugs so she gets warm really quickly. So I am going to be tuning off and welcoming Benita to take over the MC. I am Jessica with Alberta for Liberty. Make sure you take a look at our connection table. We have brought up a big hand to April, Michelle, Melanie, Tracy, Barb, Breeze, all of them out here today. and especially you, Benita, and your big giant signs.
Actually, we're looking for somebody to go check on those signs. There's like 12 signs out there, and we need you to go check on them. I want to know if they're falling over, and if they've fallen over, take them apart and bring all the pieces back. So you need at least a pickup truck. But if you're going, you gotta come talk to me first. And if you got any of my sign stuff, you gotta come talk to me, because some of you have my ropes and things. But yeah, I think it's time to pull them in. So it's been an amazing event, and I'm gonna be speaking a bit with Callie in a few minutes. And we do have Corey also lined up to speak, and then we're looking at drawing the speakers program to a close and then having music. Now, is Dakota here? Dakota, where are you? Give me a wave. Where are you, Dakota? Dakota?
He was sitting
Okay,
in his car.
we're going to talk to Dakota in a bit, and Dakota might have something for us in a bit, but not necessarily a speech. Are you doing more music or you're done? Okay, by the way, I think we deserve to give Ruthie an extra round of applause, because she did so much music for us. And you guys, you know, when you're doing music and it's cool and windy, it's uncomfortable. So can you guys give Ruthie an extra round of applause here? Can you give Ruth? She's amazing.
So can you start up in like 10 minutes? Yeah, park over there.
All right, so I'm looking for Corey. Corey, folks, is freedom-minded, and he's in a battle right now. Now, I'm just curious to know, how many of you have been in a battle in the last 2 or 3 years? A show of hands. How many of you have been in a battle?
Probably.
Yes, some battle. You know, in my case, I got 10 tickets. My 10 tickets were then dropped, so I had my own battle. There's a lot of battles. Corey is still in the middle of his battle, okay? And he's here to make an ask for you. He's asking something from you, okay? Now, I just got a question about warriors. If one of your fellow warriors is in trouble, what do? We support them. We support them. That's what I heard. We support them, right? So whether they're having a tough day, they need encouragement. Maybe they made a mistake and they need suggestions on how to do better. We support them. There's so many ways we support them. So you're going to learn about an opportunity to support Corey, one of our warriors. Can you guys please give him a round of applause?
I just want to say thank you for everyone out here. Freedom!
Freedom!
That's why we're here, right? We're here to protect our children. We're here to protect our food, our families. So as Red mentioned earlier, we started the very first Agricultural Church of Christ. And we're here because we're protecting our food, we're protecting our families, and we're protecting our boys and girls. Now there's been a lot that's happened over the last few years. And many have been, you know, sitting in the backgrounds wondering what's going to come from this. Well, I've been on the front lines. My children have been put in some very difficult situations. First starts with the schools, right? Everybody saw how they tried to mask our boys and our girls and force them into compliance. Well, I stood up to the schools and I went down and I set my terms and conditions that they were not allowed to mask my son. They were not allowed to vaccinate him. And they were good with that. But you gotta speak up. He was the only one in that school that didn't have to wear a mask. The only reason he actually was in that school, during the pandemic, he was taken out of the public school and we did online learning and he accelerated. He had a hard time in the public system. There's a lot of conflict between myself and his mother. And so he had a hard time learning what healthy relationships were. So he struggled. But when I got him on a program at home, he accelerated and he did very well. While he was kidnapped for 6 weeks, I wasn't able to see him by his mother, who wasn't supposed to have him at that time. And she put him in the public school. And when I got back to court, they got my son back to me, but they allowed him to be in that school. So that's why I stood up for him. And then his mother was having issues and she figured, oh, he needs to be medicated. So created a bunch of conflict, brought him into the doctors, and she told me I wasn't allowed to go, COVID protocol. they were only going to allow one. I said, no, this is both parents need to be there to make these choices. So I explained to them what was actually going on. I'd worked prior for about a year with a psychologist, learning about child behavior and what triggers these things. The ABCs of psychology, right? Antecedent behavior consequence. So I learned this stuff very well, and I was able to help my son. He was doing absolutely amazing. So the doctors wanted to prescribe him drugs that weren't even approved by Health Canada. Olanzapine, if any of you know what that is. Antipsychotic drugs that no child should be given because he was having behavioral issues because of all the conflict that he had been surrounded with. These drugs harmed him. His mom wouldn't return him instead because I would not give him these drugs. And so she kept him and she administered him. He became injured from those drugs. Since that, there's been a situation where she'd come to the house when she wasn't supposed to, had aggressively assaulted myself and in the process my son because he was in my arms. So there was an order in place that he was in my care at that time, and I was homeschooling him. We were working through his emotional stuff, and he had the most growth he's had in years. Well, we went back to court, and the judge wanted to go back to how things were prior of the EPO. Well, everything had changed. Nothing was the same. They wanted him back in the public school. They were okay and mom to medicate him. That was her whole stance. I said, no, I will not consent to those terms and conditions. I will not put my son in harm. 2 days later, I went to get the clerk notes after that court hearing to explain so I could appeal this to a higher judge. They refused me those documents. As I was leaving the courthouse, because I was grabbed by one of the sheriffs a couple times, and so I was writing down his name and his badge number, when another sheriff came up behind me and viciously assaulted me, threw me into the corner of the wall, into the ground and out the doors. All because I was trying to stand up and get documentation needed to protect my boy. So after a few weeks of recovery, they messed me up pretty good. Those of you who have seen the videos, I couldn't walk properly for days. I had tremors and you know, I was on crutches. I was concerned at one point I was going to be paralyzed. So fast forward, we're still working through the schooling and such. His mom wanted to be back in the picture, so I was allowing visitation, but it was, you know, supervised, right? Public places, swimming pool, things like that. Wanted him to have a relationship with his mom. And then there was another argument, and she said there'll be no co-parenting with me, that this wasn't good enough. And so the conversations lessened between him and his mom because things were acting out, but we went back to court again. The judge issued an arrest warrant on a digital signature, okay? The police showed up at the house, and I acknowledged that it wasn't a proper contract. It's a unilateral agreement. It was a digital signature. I said, if you could come back, because I'd already moved this up. I'd appealed this to Danielle Smith. I appealed it to Tyler Chandro. I appealed it to the investigative services. I appealed it to Mike Ellis. So this was in the works. And in the meantime, this judge, I don't know if it was because he was upset that I spoke up against him and I was trying to stand for my rights and my boys' rights, but he ordered them to arrest me. The police showed up. I had to actually leave my home out of fear, and my children, because they kept coming to the house, shining their lights in, banging on the door, and I wouldn't open the door. I said, I'm in the middle of sending another letter. Give me the time that I'm allowed to appeal this. I had to leave that location because his mother started stalking the house night and day. The police showed up at the location I was at. They entered the property through the back door, and they wanted to speak to who was at the house. She was afraid, and they said that they just wanted to speak to me, that they had to deliver a document. So I had a conversation with them, and I said I would be in agreement if you can sit there and show me that this document is a signed document, not just a digital signature, and if it comes from one of the people that I've actually appealed it to, right? I explained to them this judge has malicious intent, and it's shown. We've been in the courts over 21 times back in 2019. They still haven't figured it out. And I'm not the only one. When I was dealing with that psychologist, we had a group. It was called Hope in Darkness. And we were the hope for families that were dealing with parental alienation and alienation abuse. And this was all over the world globally. I'm talking Australia, UK, US, millions of people. And so we figured out the tricks to the system and how they were doing this fraud. So we started setting up, we started teaching the parents how to rescue their children, right? How to restore that natural pair bond between father and son, daughter, mother and son, daughter. It didn't matter if you're male or female, all types were dealing with it, grandparents. And it was all about money. The first line on any court order says, in the best interest of the child. Well, those of you who know how they capture you at registration by birth, and that child means ward of state, know that they try and take jurisdiction over our children. With that jurisdiction, they use legal terms like interest. Well, interest to me and you might be, what's in our best interest, what's in the better good. But interest in their system is all about financial terms. Okay? So it's all about deception and trickery. So those officers showed up at the house, and I told them about the signature being digital. I have a concern with that. And he agreed. He agreed that, yeah, he had a concern with that too. And he told me I had to surrender my boy, and I said I won't surrender my boy. And I walked back in the house. I was violently grabbed. He ripped the jacket, like the sleeve right off my jacket. There was about 2 inches, so not right off. There's about 2 inches left. And it was one of those big wool jackets, heavy, nice, thick jackets. So they're not easy to rip. There's some force there, applied force. He then breached the home and started throwing me into the walls and trying to cuff me. It wasn't until after the fact that he said, "You're under arrest." Not once did he read rights. Not once did he sit there and say I was under arrest prior to that moment. So I want to share this with you guys so you know the brutality that these people are doing. And if we don't stand up, and support each other going through these situations, support our children, they're going to continue to do it. My ex started putting public notice out there saying it was all fictitious, the EPO was false statements, right? That's how things go. They try and manipulate the facts. But I'm going into court to provide the facts and to show what's happening in our court system. And this is happening Monday at 9 a.m. So anybody that can come out to the Alberta courts to support this, to learn more about what's going on and learn more about the solutions moving forward. So this is in Edmonton, right? The Alberta courts in Edmonton. 9 a.m. If you guys have media, I would love to get the story out there further. I would love to show people, there are solutions. And when we use the Creator's law and we separate state and church and we do find our way, that's how we win, by coming together.
Woohoo! Thank you, Corey. Thanks for sharing your story. Our next presenter, ladies and gentlemen, is no stranger to freedom events. We've seen him at many, and he is one of the most passionate presenters I know. Could you please join me in welcoming Dr. Roger Hodkinson? Woo-hoo!
Are you cold yet?
Yes.
I can shut up and you can go home if that works for you. Hello, Freedom Warriors. It's a real honor to be here, and I thank Red Dog for inviting me. And I congratulate whoever's behind the organization of this thing. It doesn't happen easily, and hats off to you, whoever's behind the logistics here. I'd also like to thank any truckers here. Are there any truckers here that went to Ottawa? Anyone that went to Ottawa here? Here we are. Yeah, congratulate these people. They are the heroes of our times.
And Coots.
Okay, I'm here partly because I've been silenced from the platform that I was using, the APP. They tried to get me to shut up, and I told them to fuck off. I will not be silenced, and I'll tell you why. We got into this mess that we're in right now because of decades of being terminally nice. Nice to everyone. That Canadian disease that I can speak to as an immigrant, being terminally nice. That's got to stop. You don't get out of a mess that you created by being terminally nice by continuing to be terminally nice. You've got to be angrier than hell. Otherwise, there's not going to be any change. Compromise is not an option. Tonight, I'd like to change from what I normally present on, which is COVID, that I could talk to you for hours about. I want to connect 3 dots for you tonight. Important dots. There's the World Economic Forum, the WHO in 2030. There's China, and there's Alberta, and I'm going to connect those dots for you in straight lines. Let's talk about the World Economic Forum in a minute. I want to rewind for a second. The convoy. The convoy was a reawakening of democracy, and it started right here in Alberta, and it spread internationally, and it's something we should be so incredibly proud of. But only when we close the loop and we become independent will I be satisfied with how productive that has been. I'm reminded of the famous quote from Mark Twain, which goes something like this: the 2 most important days of your life are the day you were born and the day you find out why. Well, the day I found out why was when I was in Ottawa. That transformed my life, and I put my career on the line to prove it. A quick rewind on COVID. I'm not going to bore you, but nothing worked. Nothing worked. None of it worked. Not only that, but the stuff they did made a bad situation worse. That's not exactly what a successful treatment's supposed to be all about. We're seeing a massive increase in excess mortality globally. Significant numbers of people dying that's not due to COVID. Not studied. It's almost certainly due to the vax. We're seeing potentially permanent change of our DNA, the extent of which has not been quantified or studied. And we're seeing the serious potential for sterility of baby girls because of their ovaries being attacked in the womb, not studied. Maybe that's important. I repeat what I said 2 years ago. This is the biggest hoax ever perpetrated on an unsuspecting public ever in human history. It's that massive a screw-up. And it's happened on medicine's watch. I consider my colleagues who have bought into this and put their wallets before you decomposing fucking maggots. It's not the profession I joined. We're supposed to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and clean out a belly full of shit. That's what we're supposed to do, not look after our pocketbook. And that's what happened. If medicine had stood shoulder to shoulder at the start of this mess, none of it would have happened. None of it. But they chose to cave. In summary, as you've heard me say, it's been the rape of our very soul for 3 years. We've lost our lives and our children too. Okay, let's get back to the dots. The World Economic Forum. Yeah, they're exposed. Our invisible enemy is now declared. You can't fight a battle if you don't know who you're fighting. And that's a good thing. Just like COVID, to a certain extent, was a good thing, because it showed how wokeism has infiltrated every fabric of society. The WEF, of course, is controlled by unelected bureaucrats and the CEOs of multinationals. That's where the money comes from, and that's the piper that expects the tune to be paid. What do you expect? They're looking after themselves, not you. They're pitching to you as some set of changes that could result in the convenience of living. I might say the convenience of dying. We have the coming together of a socialist agenda with multinationals willing to benefit from it. That is called fascism. That is how Nazi Germany started. This is like 1933 all over again. Read history. You should learn from it. Not the people here, I'm speaking to the choir. I'm talking to the people that should be listening. What they're asking for is regulatory control over every aspect of life. Every single aspect of life. From your money, to where you live, to where you can travel, to where you can work, to even what you can think silently. Because AI is coming to read your brainwaves in the workplace. The technology is getting quite advanced. They're going to be controlling what you even think. If that's not the end of democracy, tell me what is. Along the way has been the death of small business. The high street has been persecuted. The vitality is gone. But we're now morphing from climate hoax, COVID hoax, to climate hoax. CNN said so in very descriptive terms, just like that. We're moving on. It's now climate hoax that we're going to talk about. The net outcome is a decimation of our already bankrupt democracies and economies. We're already bankrupt and they want to make us even poorer. So together we are now sleepwalking into a dystopian world of digital currency and AI thought control. The West is in terminal decay, self-imposed neglect, ignoring tradition, family, culture, and religion. A hedonistic swirl down the drain, and it's happening right now, and it shows no signs of stopping. But guess who's watching all of this from the sidelines with an inscrutable smile? Not the child emperor. No, he's on the way out. China. I'm painting a much bigger picture here than COVID and the WHO. China is in the ascendancy. Witness what they said recently. President Xi, Premier Xi, has asked his generals to prepare for an invasion of Taiwan by 2027. They're sending balloons over the United States of America. They can't even figure out how to shoot a fucking balloon down for a week. They're laughing themselves silly and they're biding their time. But the World Economic Forum and the WHO, in my opinion, are irrelevant. Because by the time we get anywhere close to confronting them, China's going to be beating our fucking pants off. And if you think that what the World Economic Forum and the WHO want is bad, imagine living in a world controlled by China. The general operating principle should be very simple. It's called ABC. Buy nothing but nothing but China. Nothing but China. Anywhere but China. Anywhere but China. You don't feed your enemy. You don't make your enemy stronger and allow them to choose the time to attack. Because there are two crossing curves in the world right now. There's the decline of the West, which is obvious. Look at the States right now. Poopy pants. Couldn't shoot down a balloon if his life depended on it. You've got the decline of the West and you've got the ascendancy of China. It's nothing to do with the WHO. It's all about China, guys. Get that straight. So what are we going to do about all this? I suggest forget about trying to influence Ottawa. Forget about what the WHO is up to, because there's no goddamn way you can change it one bit. You can piss and moan all you want, but nothing's going to change unless this province becomes independent of Ottawa and chooses its own path forward in the world. You have to focus, focus, focus on independence and nothing else. The next election is absolutely critical. It's vitally important that Notley not win for obvious reasons. And so Danielle Smith's job, we know that she has a history of not exactly being trustworthy, but her number one job is not to lose to Notley. And you don't do that by beat Notley by getting too far ahead of the parade. She slaughtered AHS, she sent Verma Liu packing, and Hinsworth, who by the way has just been appointed as the deputy bureaucrat in public health in BC. She's landed a nice soft landing in British Columbia, the one we got rid of.
Not surprised.
So it's very, very important, I think, that we understand that it's limited as to what Danielle Smith can do before the next election. I'm prepared to give her the benefit of the doubt. Wait for the next election to see what she does after that, particularly with the College of Physicians, the likes of all the outstanding charges against Pawlowski and those guys that are still in prison from the Coutts demonstration. It's much more important that Danielle Smith wins than anything else on the agenda. But post-election, the number one job for everyone, is to educate the public on the need for independence, about how fatuous it is to think that anything is going to change in this province in its relationship with Ottawa. They'll throw us a few crumbs and tell us to go away. That's not going to solve anything. We have to become independent. And we can only become independent by spreading the message to everyone you know that that is the only conceivable outcome for Alberta to retain some kind of prosperity and self-respect. Remember, we're not proposing that Alberta leaves Canada. Canada left Alberta a long time ago. The divorce is over. It's a matter of deciding on the separation of assets. That's where it's at. When I was in Ottawa, I was a flag-waving patriot, but no more. I will never stand up for the national anthem again. I will never wave the flag again. I want out, and I want out now. We're not going to negotiate on this. When the referendum is hopefully passed, it will be on our terms, not Ottawa's terms. We've learned a lot from the Quebec failure. So I'm going to close by just reminding you of two things. It's the alphabet. ABC, anywhere but China. And don't forget the next letter in the alphabet. D. Take your vitamin D every day. Anyone out there that's not taking vitamin D right now is deficient in it, and you're a sitting target for any infection that comes along. That's my message to you tonight. Thank you very much.
My mom was having me take today in the winter.
What's that doctor's name again?
Alrighty, you guys, that's pretty amazing. I'd just like to thank Benita here for coming out here and bringing her lights and her fancy PA and all her good stuff and doing so much work. She spent many, many days working on the signs, and that was really awesome of her to come and do that for us. And I'd like to thank everybody, Callie, who put this all together. Callie, do you have anything you want to tell the people right now? Okay. I'm going to turn this back over to Benita.
So I've got the fire permit right here, and it states that if the winds pick up, we can't be having fires. So here's the solution. You got a couple of choices. One is, you know, put out that big fire. Another is somehow die it down. Another is block wind, so there's less risk. So if a big truck, a big trailer, an RV came and blocked wind on that big fire because we're kicking too much, okay, and there's a penalty for that. So if you guys could help me out somehow. Number one, don't feed the bonfire. Okay, don't feed it for quite some time. But if you just move vehicles around, we can keep going. But the rules here state that when the wind picks up like this, we're not supposed to be having fires. So I just want to let you know that we may need to make some changes. Plus, we're supposed to have the means close by to put out the fire. Those are the rules. So I'm still very thankful for this event, even as cold as it is. My heart was warm today, very, very warm. Seeing those horses marching up and down, seeing all those cars, seeing the convoy, seeing the flag, seeing the spirit, seeing the people. And I'm so grateful that I met Callie November 4th in Lethbridge at another event, and that we connected and decided to work together for this event. So ladies and gentlemen from the Freedom Riders, please welcome KJ Black Panther.
Good evening, everybody. Wasn't today awesome? Woo! Yes. You know, I had so much fun ripping up and down the ditch there on my horse. That was just the best thing I've done all year. And the atmosphere here is just incredible. Our Freedom family is incredible. And it's because there's enough of us that are sick and tired of this bullshit going on in our country, and we got to band together and we got to make a change. Woohoo! Amen. Yes. Amen. Amen. So there's been some amazing freedom. Yes. There's been some. What's that? Sure. There's been some amazing speakers tonight, and I could not have done this and pulled this off without the help of so many people. Benita, her banners, which is amazing. Let's give a round of applause for that. Woohoo! And I want to do a huge shout out to Northern Horse Transport. They parked horse trailers here for us to put horses overnight if it was necessary. They gave us this stage. They gave us this light. They've done so much for us this weekend. They plowed so much land. They stepped up and did so much for us. Make sure that if you need horses hauled, or you know people that need horses hauled, you have them go to Michelle of Northern Horse Transport. Awesome. Because she is awesome and she is for freedom, and we got to support everybody in this who stands for freedom. We are one family, and this is just amazing, everybody. I'm just blown away. It was awesome. Woohoo! Thank you so much. Atreus and I had an amazing day. If you still need pictures or whatever, if you want one of us, he's kind of done for the night, so we'll be here all day tomorrow. So thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Woo-hoo!
Carla, you're up.
I am chilling. A couple bonus presenters. One is Carla Wilchuk from Carolot Acres. Please give her a welcome. Thank you, by the way, to those vehicles that are moving to block wind from the fires. Please don't feed the big fire for a little while still. Thank you.
Thanks, Benita. And big thank you to Kelly. And I know there was many people behind you. I just don't know your names. So thank you very much for this amazing feat you guys pulled together. So what I'm going to talk about really quickly today is lands, or the land use bylaws, LUB. So if you don't know, Thorhild had a massive win, and they have done that for everyone. They've set the stage, which set the fire under everybody's asses in the other municipalities. Now, this is something that I've been trying to get going for
almost 3 years. I have a personal experience that I knew what was coming, but you know, the motto by the WEF and from Event 201 was confuse, overwhelm, and distract. They said that over and over and over, and they did a good job. So without land under feet, you really don't have standing. The people don't have standing. And so what are they doing? They're taking land under feet. Yeah. So my parents, my mom and dad's land in the middle of Canada, it was 2,000 acres. It was 4.5 miles of waterfront, and it was surrounded by about 8,000 acres of crown land. And I know how the land takeover is done, because that fully capitalized land was taken, and BlackRock is now the owners. So you need to wrap your heads around this, people. Find a group, an action group that is focusing on the land use plans, and get involved. We don't have much time left. Make sure that if there isn't one, that you start one. Okay, you have to be proactive. So I'm with County of Parkland, Lac St. Anne, and Devon area. So that's the ones we're working on right now. If you have any questions, ask me. But there couldn't be, it's one of the most crucial things that we need to address right now, and we need to take action on. Okay, that's about it for me. I'm just gonna, what? Okay, so Callie's gonna make an announcement, and I think there's one more speaker, and I know you guys are cold, probably want to go to sleep or go home.
Okay, I just want to let you guys know what tomorrow looks like. So 9 o'clock, we're going to start breakfast. So come for breakfast, and then starting at 10, we're going to have Cowboy Church. We had a huge crowd here today, so I hope that the majority of them will show up for that. So invite people to that. And then I'm not sure what's all going to happen in the afternoon after that, but you know, we fly by the seat of our pants at these things. So, and we have a ton of fun. And I just wanted to say thank you for coming to the Freedom Riders 1-year anniversary. The ride at Coots with 450 to 500 horses last year is the most epic thing I've ever been part of in my life. There's nothing like that feeling. And the fact that we are still able to do this means that we have to keep doing this so that we can continue to do this. Yeah. And there are big plans for the Freedom Riders in the future. So follow us on Facebook, and yeah, there's big plans in place. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Callie. Okay. Minister Edward J. Robbins. Come on up, sir.
Hello, everybody. I want to thank you for your bravery, hanging out in this cold wind, sticking together. We all come together here for a common denominator. We've certainly had quite the demonstration this evening about all these pyromaniacs setting fire to our country. They're all over the place. This World Economic Forum has invaded all of the city councils, invaded all of the legislatures. The federal government is controlled by Klaus Schwab. Well, as it turns out, there's a fire extinguisher to put out their fire. And none of the lawyers, none of the politicians are teaching anybody how to do it. I thought after everybody heard so much about the fire tonight, I'd come along and I'd tell you how to put it out. It's not very complicated, but it does take a group of dedicated people that are tired of being lied to. They're tired of being deceived and having their lands taken away from them. So all the people here are primed for that. So here's what's taken place. A long time ago, they decided they'd scam everybody by putting up somebody saying they'd defend the Bible. Now, there's nothing wrong with that Bible, but the people that put it up were scamming you. They told you that you were supposed to submit to them rather than the Bible and God. And everybody fell in line and registered. Well, they made themselves some rules so they couldn't hurt you, and they didn't tell anybody about those rules. If you learn how to ask them if they respect their own rules, they're caught red-handed in the cookie jar. And you caught them by pointing them to their own law. And here's the law. Anybody got a pen or a memory? And I can repeat it many times. It's not very complicated. 176 in Canada's Criminal Code that Trudeau tried desperately to repeal in 2018. There's your saving grace, folks. It tells you right there that none of the civil code of them silly servants applies to you. If you're exercising faith, or you're gathered for a moral, social, or benevolent purpose. Imagine that, folks. It's been there since 1894. Telling everybody, if you got faith, you best be exercising it, and you best be telling your silly servants they're supposed to protect you. And then the other section of the criminal code, Trudeau tried desperately to repeal in 2017 and 18. 180. Now this one's so simple, everybody's going to get embarrassed when they read it. Remember, it's been there for decades, staring you in the face. It says if they make you feel uncomfortable, or they're trying to make you do something that's not common to all of Her Majesty's subjects. If you're trying to exercise faith, if you're trying to travel, if you're trying to do on your land what's common to all of Her Majesty's subjects, like raise animals, like grow trees, like have a communion with brothers and sisters, well, those guys are engaged in nuisance. It's plain English there, folks, not very complicated. It's 2 paragraphs. It says if they make you feel uncomfortable while you're trying to do what's common to all of Her Majesty's subjects, they're criminals. It tells you in 423 of the Criminal Code that if they intimidate you, trying to prevent you from doing something that's common to all of Her Majesty's subjects, like these Nazi pirates over at Thorhild, like the ones around Leduc, they seem to think that they get to come and intimidate people, to violate what there is common for centuries to all of Her Majesty's subjects. Follow the Bible, use the land, benefit from the animals, and have their freedom respected by their servants. If you stand together and you get an agreement with these people that you're reading the law and you're asking them, hey, do you respect these sections of the law? And you put it in front of them. Well, now they're bound and obligated, and they're caught with the awareness of their own law. Most of them have never even read. Once you put it in front of them, they're stuck with it, and they're obligated to observe it, to defend your faith and save it harmless. Bylaws are gone. All those bylaws are a contract. That's a civil contract, and none of those civil contracts applies to men and women that want to exercise their faith that's common to all of Her Majesty's subjects. Now, you don't have to be subject to a woman claiming that she's the defender of the faith, but you do have to be subject to God. And if you're not letting them know that you're only subject to God, not a bunch of dead code, they're assuming that you're dead persons of law carrying around dead identification with your name backwards in all capital letters. And they think that you submitted yourself to this fraud. So people, you came together here to stand up and defeat these pyromaniacs. Please observe. You've been told about the fire master. You've been told about how to put out the fire. Now it's up to you to grab onto the fire hose and point it at those starting the fire. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you. Woo. Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. That's our program, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being here. My name's Benita. This is volunteer work. It's been fun to an extent. There's a cozy zone over there. It's warmer over there. They created wind block, so that's a nice place to hang out if that's what you'd like to do. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. is the breakfast, and at 10 a.m. is
the church. So maybe we'll get more trailers parked in a circle shape, and just in case it's a windy morning. That would be super. Now, just one thought. As you've heard a lot of speeches tonight and a lot of ideas, just one thought to contemplate. This is where my head's at. When there's an organization doing something I don't like, personally, I think complaining gets us nowhere. When there's an organization doing something I don't like, the new approach I have found that works is you join the organization in mass numbers and you change it from within. It can be done. Take Back Alberta is proving it right now. Take Back Alberta is proving it with the United Conservative Party. That's what they're doing. So, but you can take this same concept and apply it to any organization. Municipal board, a political board, a church, like a church board, a school board, even a union board, okay? We are not defeated, folks. We live in a system. It's democratic, somewhat, and it's not perfect. But this system has not completely failed us. It has partially failed us, yes, I acknowledge that. But it has not completely failed us. And there are actually still ways to do things within the current system. Good night.
Your heated gloves and your jacket.
Oh, I got my boots, but I don't have them turned on.
No, close. We just about there. The internet is still on.
Hi, people. Hi, friends.
We have been live for 4 hours and 17 minutes. Still? I don't know. If you're hanging out, drop your name in the chat so Melody and I know who you are.
Yeah, come on, comment, friends.
There hasn't been a comment in like a hot minute. That was the last one.
Yeah, that was Brian.
Yeah. Oh yeah, when you were standing by me. But that one happened like even before you came to stand by me. That comment happened. So I thought there'd be more. I was reading some of your comments. I just didn't reply to them. I was trying to get you all to hear what was being said instead of my loud voice.
Yeah, I want to warm up. Want to warm up?
Yeah. I don't know if I want to charge my gimbal.
Yeah, I get warm on both sides.
Oh, that's smart. I don't want to fry my jacket.
I almost
did earlier. This is like the warmest jacket I've ever owned.
I almost did earlier, but it was bigger.
It's my toes that need to get freaking set on fire.
My equilibrium's off. I haven't slept in like 24 hours. I was busting ass for like hours now.
Yikes.
But I hope if we don't stay late, we didn't have to all that stuff.
Do it.
She missed it. Did you hear that?
No, what happened?
Okay, so there's this kid. Oh, the little fucker. He was pulling this shit like the logs out of there, and he kind of got shit and I told him not to. Then he started picking up with his gloves and walking around, smacking it and stuff. And then he's walking over here and said there was an injury already. Someone got really hurt because of this. I said, we told you to stop. So stop it. And he didn't do it. That's when it takes a village to come online. Right? Because if my motherfuckers were doing that, I would hope something. Yeah. You're gonna stand there and watch my kids. Right? Or someone would be dogs. Like,
For today, we have been live for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Technically, I've been live for longer than that because I was live during the slow roll, and then my chat wasn't working on my YouTube, and so I ended it and then started my Prism up, and it seems to be working. So I've been on Prism for 4 hours and 20 minutes. So that's not including the amount of time that I was live on YouTube earlier. Oh yeah. So I think we will call it. I'll probably go live tomorrow at some point so y'all can see what's going on over here. But
yeah, friends, come back and say hi to me because I'll be back tomorrow too. I'll make a few appearances here and there.
or we'll walk around, whatever we choose to do. But yeah, so you guys have a good night. Go and enjoy your lovely warm home.